Got a secret, can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. 'Cause two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Why do you smile like you've been told a secret? Now you're telling lies 'cause you have sworn to keep it. But no one keeps a secret. No one keeps a secret. Why, when we do our darkest deeds, do we tell? They burn and our brains become a living hell. 'Cause everybody tells. Everybody tells. Got a secret, can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. 'Cause two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Look into my eyes, now you're getting sleepy. Are you hypnotized by secrets that you're keeping? I know what you're keeping. I know what you're keeping. Got a secret, can you keep it? Swear this one you'll save. Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. 'Cause two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Allison? Yes, Catherine? I have something I want to tell you, but you have to promise never to tell anyone. I promise. Do you swear on your life? I swear on my life. You swore you never tell.
Give you guys all a quick welcome and thank you for being here tonight for our episode 1. Why don't we get started here? Once I finish this little bit, we'll be cards up. For those of you who've spent time at the fort, it's often hard to count the days, one very much like the past, tomorrow promising much the same. You're waking up every morning feels like a little bit of a joke, but there's always work to be done, always things to be seen to, small and large troubles to be dealt with along the way. Those of you headed towards the fort, well, it's been something of a strange experience. The travel was inconsequential enough, but as you camped the previous night, a few miles away, wanting to be there first thing in the morning, as you woke, expecting the dawn's light to penetrate the clouds, you were greeted with, well, gloom. Space around you, quieter than it should be, darker than it should be, a pall on these lands that you could almost feel yourself pass through. Small talk diminished, the sounds of animals in the woods nearly gone. Just the oppressive tread of your feet on the road as you make your way to what's going to be your new home. We are now cards up.
Cassandra? Did they bring back any new samples yet? From outside?
Heard anything? I can go down and check.
No, that's all right. I can do it.
There we are. Nice and clean. Let's see, what else are we in need of?
My head if it wasn't glued on. I don't think leaving my candle next to open books is probably the best idea. Burn the whole place down.
Couple of potatoes, some peppers. What else? Dinner's gonna be important today. We have a couple of new things going through. Binding. The book should be done by then. Guinevere? That you?
In the flesh.
Wanted to double check if you, how the binding's been on your end.
So.
Seems we're gonna have to spend another night working on it then, huh?
Clock's wrong again.
Always tends to change. It's around always 3, isn't it?
Gotta talk to the girls about the Southern Harvest.
And we shall get everyone together then. It seems most of them are coming down. You want to meet in front of the fireplace?
Unless they're Sleeping Beauty and they're going to wake with the kiss from a prince, no one's in the room. Banged on the door and everything.
Hey, Ben. We're gonna be meeting in front of the fireplace.
Okay. You don't think the girls wandered off to town already?
Hoping not. Getting things ready for later. Nice dinner. I swear I would have everything that I had. Didn't have such a tight bandana, I'd probably lose my head.
Maybe I need a bandana. I almost left my candle behind again.
Here you are, Cassandra. I'm gonna go up to the doors, make sure everyone's awake. If anybody wants to head down...
No one answered.
Somebody want to go downstairs, make sure that no one's down.
There's nobody else there. Rue was here and sleeping in front of the fireplace in the morning. She wandered off to clean her clothes.
See. Anybody want to head on over to our grotto, see if maybe she's over by the water.
You can take a look, see?
Make sure you come right on back.
I'll try not to get distracted, Theo.
Thank you. Sleeping Beauty it is. Stayed up all night cleaning your room. No wonder. I'll talk to her later. Miss Delilah seemed to have made herself so tired cleaning up that room. She's been here 7 years and she still has that issue.
Oh, something like that. Yeah, she dusted it the previous
Thank you.
Yeah, someone's cleaning around here. This one's so pervasive, I don't know if anybody's cleaned this at this point.
Really seems to find herself in front of the fire most nights.
Fix my skirts.
Everyone did so good. Hope you both slept all right, and same with you, Guinevere.
The wind was loud, but other than that, it's fine. How's the tea? Quite good. Actually, came up with a new mixture. We're running low on a few herbs, but can always spare some for tea. Would you like to try? We're low on a lot of herbs right now. That's what we're going to talk about briefly. As soon as they get back in here, it shouldn't take too long. We'll be actually meeting later for dinner, as I have things to attend to, and Theodosia's going to hand out your chores for the day.
That's right, I already have a lot of the things set up in the kitchen. But once all the girls are here, I'll be able to split you up into your groups.
Perhaps we should have sent two rather than one to go look.
Well, how about this then? I'll go make sure that they're on their way back. You two stay put. Should have just sent your father. You girls, I swear, taking your time. Speaking of... Where is that girl? She is not with them, then where is she? Oh my god, it's Dane. Doing his moment trails. Look at his hair. Did you find her?
Nope, neither of them.
Oh, you head on in there. Guinevere has a small thing that we need to talk about.
Okay.
You go and find Rue. Should be around here somewhere. Check the tavern first.
Sure, why not?
And then bring her back so we can have our
Mr. Boyle,
meeting.
Thank you.
All right.
No Dahlia, no Rue. Theo just sent Mr. Coyle into town to go hunt them down.
For now,
Sure, they're fine.
if we're all a little peckish, you might as well, and I can let Rue know when she comes back for you. Go on ahead.
I'll keep it short and sweet so you can get to your breakfast and your chores. Everybody can tell we are running low on supplies here. Not only will I be setting up foraging for the north today, we will be meeting later for dinner, and we will be discussing foraging in the south. It's getting tough around here. Things are getting expensive. We need to continue to be able to rely on ourselves and provide for the fort. That is all. Make sure you see Theo about your chores and get something to eat. Oh, and after dinner, there's a banishment ritual that we will be attending. Make sure you are there. If you are not, you are wrong. Thank you. What time are we meeting for dinner?
We'll ring a bell.
I'll ring the bell. Now I need to go speak to an unsavory individual. Would you like a list of what herbs we're particularly short on? That would actually be helpful, yes. Alright. Get to it. Did I forget anything?
No, you did not. I think we have everything that we need. Go ahead and do what you need to do.
Oh, what about Thank you, Theo. For the day? I'll leave you all to that. Good luck, have fun, don't get in trouble.
Try not to.
All right. Since I got two of my bests when it comes to herbs and understandings, I think I'll be sending you two out on a forge today to the north. Miss Evie and Miss Vin.
Oh,
Don't worry.
okay.
Guinevere's gonna get the best that we can have, and if you need it, we can have Bracken stay with y'all as well. Make sure you feel extra safe.
I can ask some of the mercenary boys if they want to go.
Well, that's what Miss Guinevere's doing. She's getting a proper contract set up for y'all. And when it comes time, I'll bring you over there so you can talk to them as well, so they can show you who they're sending out with y'all. Now, Cassandra, you and I, until we find Miss Delilah and Rue, are going to be going around bringing water to each group. Each one of our gods, our guild, the tavern. And if either of y'all want to help with that while we wait for Miss Guinevere to come back, you definitely can. A little easier getting more buckets together that way.
Of course.
And then, since Miss Rue went off and Miss Dahlia decided to make herself either extremely tired or just not in her room at all, well, she can have laundry duty today with Miss Rue. So, let's go ahead, get everything set up, and then that way you can go ahead and get yourself some breakfast over at the tavern if you want to.
It's true.
At least I know things will get completely as clean as possible. Don't want to hear those guild men saying anything. You know how they are about their uniforms. Bucket for either of y'all if you wish to help grab some water.
Sure.
Cassandra. And I'll go ahead and get mine. We'll head on that way. Hopefully, we see Miss Rue along the way, and we'll have her carry. Oh no, because she'll need that candle of hers, won't she? Hopefully, we can get her not being too scared of the dark around here. There's enough light on our side of things.
Well, after so many years, you'd think the darkness would become familiar to her. At least here.
Well, let us hope that maybe a couple more get her more accustomed to things.
So, not quite used to it yet.
I mean, after being in the sun for so long, it's understandable.
Head on through.
Wanted to.
My. Now that's a new face. Who's that with Bracken?
Girls?
What'd you find, Mr. Coyle? What'd you
Oh.
find?
Didn't find Rue, but I found this newcomer. She was inquiring about the coven. New in town.
Oh, is this
Thought I
the
was
coven?
the last person. Manner speaking.
Manner of speaking.
Well,
Speaking of Rue, there you are.
My apologies.
Come over here and take this bucket from me, girl. I'll go ahead and have a talk with this newcomer here. Why don't y'all head over and get those buckets of water filled? And I'll come back, and since now we're all here, I could split you up a little bit again. Maybe make it a little evener. So what's your name, girl?
Hi, my name is Jocelyn. I'm new to town. This is the coven, right?
Yes, this is the coven.
Okay, I heard about you guys from where I come from, and I was told to come here if I was interested.
I see. Well, let me go ahead and ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
What got you to look into us here at the coven? What in your right mind thought coming to such a dangerous place could get you?
Well, I want to learn how to help people. I met someone who I'm pretty sure was maybe at one point a part of a coven of some sort, and they helped me a lot, so I want to follow in their footsteps.
I see. Then you did come to the right place. Thank you, Bracken.
Thank you so much.
Now-
that's no trouble.
Why don't you properly introduce yourself to her then, so then that way she knows exactly who you are and what you do for us here at the coven.
Every girl you see at the coven is under my stern protection. They call me the Protector.
Protection.
Yes. Meaning, anyone lay a finger on any of the girls, that finger becomes removed. maybe even worse. To put things bluntly, I don't like it when people harm the girls of the coven. They do good work. They take care of people, take care of each other, and they keep to themselves. Any infringement upon that from an outside source, and I handle that problem. No one else.
Aren't there, like, guard members and stuff for that?
There's a respect
It's just you?
involved. Everyone in town knows what I do. They know the consequences of their actions.
You see, think of the god here as, well, you came through New Galleon, most likely, yeah? You saw the way that the world works outside of this dark and dreary place. Well, think of the god here as a middleman. We have our own way of thinking here at the coven. The members of the guild have their own way of thinking there. And the god, they keep all of us together and not fighting. We're all here to help all in the end.
Okay.
Wonderful. You know what? To get you used to everybody here, why don't I pair you up with someone? Who here is comfortable with taking on someone today?
This is moving really fast.
This is just gonna see how you feel. I'm gonna get you something nice and simple. Don't you worry. Nothing
Thank you.
too scary.
And don't be nervous. Comfortable folk, these lot.
I can
Gonna
take
go
him
check
into
on my
town on
dog.
water delivery. I doubt going out in the woods is a good idea for a first time, but maybe she can swap to laundry after?
We'll see. That sounds like a good idea. Then you're gonna go ahead and pair up here with Miss Evie. Alright? Get used to the town. In fact, why don't you go ahead? Give her a little bit of a tour. She hasn't gotten one already.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Guard incoming?
They're just doing their rounds. Don't worry, no fretting.
Come on then.
Alright. Your name was Evie?
Miss Rue, you're gonna stay here with me. Why don't you two as well head on over with them? Make sure all the water gets delivered to the correct spots for us.
Kiss.
Nope, you're keeping that with me.
Okay.
Alright. So this spot right here, we're gonna see where everybody goes. And then you're on laundry duty with Miss Dahlia today. What that entitles is that you are going to be going to every single one of the people in town, including the guard, the guild, even merchants if we have to. We are the only ones with water. You know this. And this is punishment for just disappearing this morning before you got your news from Guinevere.
Yes, someone was saying how there are going to be people going outside.
Yes, there is. Did you feel like you were more comfortable and more suited to go out there? Really now? Let me see what I can do. Bracken, the girls are going to end up going outside to the north. Guinevere went to go ahead and get a mercenary, but I think these girls might be a little bit more comfortable having somebody with them that they know a little bit closer. I also have a little bit of an issue that I'll need you to attend to as well. Alright? Good. And you're gonna hold on to that bucket of water, Miss Rue, until we ask where everyone's been delivered. You just wait here for a moment. Leopold.
Morning.
Morning.
Well, I come with my usual round of complaints.
What is it?
The boss wants to remind you very kindly that we're supposed to get water sooner than later.
Well, guess
The
what?
boys are complaining about the cleanliness of their uniform.
Already have that taken care of. If they had given us just a moment of peace, we would have gotten that sooner.
You're complaining to the wrong man. I'm just telling you what the boss told me to say.
I figured.
And politely at that.
Thank you, Leopold. I do very much appreciate it.
Well, just make sure that one of the girls tries to be a little more prompt in the morning, so I don't have to hear it.
We will. We just had to have a meeting first. Some of our girls went missing, so we had to improvise. But they're being delivered now.
All right, a successful transaction as always.
As always, Leopold.
But don't let me keep you.
Thank you. We have our own business.
I'm sure.
It doesn't look like... Doesn't look like Robin's in right now. And same with Dr. Finley.
Sir. Looks pretty clean to me.
I would say so as well, especially since Solomon's been out of town. Well, boss man of the guild's son. Going and disappearing for so long. You would think he would pay somebody else to go ahead and clean his uniforms. They don't even pay us for that job. Not fully. Not enough. Come on, girl. We're gonna walk through town. Seems the doctor's office is currently unavailable today.
Shame.
Shame, shame, shame. Speaking of a boss man, might as well go ahead and... Man, he walks so damn fast. How's a girl in a dress this long supposed to go ahead and catch up to a man like that? Barnaby! Burnaby. Sorry, I always pronounce it wrong.
Of course, of course. I'll take it to mean that you accidentally mispronounced my name again, Miss Marrowthorne.
Well, can't help myself. It reminds me of a Bugs story. Anyways, your water has been taken care of, and we will be picking up the laundry for you later on as well. Don't fret your little hairs on your head.
I'm so glad did not require a shouting match once again, Miss Marrowthorne. Your community-mindedness is always an inspiration.
Well, I have to make sure everybody's feeling all right, don't I?
Oh, certainly. Mr. Coyle, Miss Cato, I trust you two are well yourselves.
Just fine.
Yes.
Wonderful. And I suppose we're all having a very pleasant day, aren't we, Miss Marrowthorne?
Under this beautiful sky, I sure hope we are.
Thank you for the information, Miss Marrowthorne.
Of course, it was good to see you right away, so we'd be able to let you know in person.
Is there anything else you require of me, Miss
No,
Marrowthorne?
that is everything, Mr. Harcourt.
Very good. And I will hopefully presume that you'll take care of the rest of your duties promptly.
We will. Do not worry. Again, your little hairs on your head. We'll finish putting everything through for you. Sorry we weren't as punctual and you had to send Mr. Leopold out to let us know. Come on, this way. We've already done our walking. And retie your shoe when you can, dear. Nice to everybody in town but us women folk.
That is ignorance, of course.
Let's check the tavern.
It's a choice.
It is a choice. We'll check the tavern, see if they delivered their water. Then we'll ask the guild again, check their front, see if they delivered theirs, and so on.
May I
Tatch.
approve something, sweetheart?
Did my girls come in here delivering water?
They tried to. Then they went to the guild, and now they're on their way to the guards.
Perfect. Did they deliver anything to the tavern? Because you did say they tried to.
That's a question for the tavern staff, but I assume so.
Oh, good to check. Bracken, why don't you go ahead and make sure the girls didn't get lost on their way over? I got Miss Rue here.
Was that not a thing in those parts? It's all those,
it's hard to hear
all
from
those
here.
late night 20 bottles of
I see.
Edward!
I'm often standing right here behind this counter. That's underselling.
You know, yeah, you're right. It'd
Some
be like
people
50.
mention that we have a group of nuns here. Sister of
Theodosia.
Thorn or something.
Did my girls come in here and deliver some water to you?
Yes, they did.
Good. I'm just making my own personal rounds, making sure that things get done properly around here. Seeing as apparently we're not fast enough, I might as well double check.
Then ask for it.
Not to be so hard on them.
Well, if they have it, you're generating demand.
Oh, it's not my girls, it's the guild and whoever wants to step on our toes. We've been doing just fine, following through. We have one day where we're just off by 2 minutes, and suddenly we're not doing our jobs.
This is actually the one thing I did not make. Elaborate, isn't it?
I look forward to trying your
Who was it that had the problem? Was it Declan?
Catch me when I'm out.
No, this time it was Mr. Harcourt himself, leader of the guild. Had to go ahead and send over Leopold to tell me that I'm not doing my job properly. Oh, but they won't go ahead and tell Guinevere. No, they'll go to me. Every time.
She in a fucking mood today.
Oh, definitely.
You prefer pain?
Definitely is. Listen,
Whichever one rolls off the tongue.
when my girls come in, I got their meals.
So there's no preference.
Alright?
Sure.
I imagine
It's
You
fine.
said they wanted to have your cooking, or else you'd be angry at them for eating mine.
One of the replacements that was recruited in. This
I have a dinner being made
I
in a couple hours.
I appreciate you coming here.
But if they need drinks or anything like that, if they seem wandering about and you want to give them something to do.
The guard to do so. They're usually quite.
Thank you, Edward.
Keep to themselves.
generally like
You have some people up front, Edward.
nickname.
They don't look like they're here for the guild. Come on, girl. Let's get out of here.
Register us or whatever is needed to be done.
You mind moving out of the way? Tall, dark, and scary? Thank you.
What was that?
I understand. She can be a little loud.
That's your opinion. Man of this town, I swear, somebody be decent. Ugh.
There are no decent ones.
No, in fact, most of the decent ones tend to be not even from around here.
Even then.
What seems to be the...
There's a lady.
There's a lady.
There's a lady with antlers, and she went out to the water, and Gwen went after her, and Colin's sitting there waiting, and Mr. Colin's sitting there waiting to see if everything's okay. She had a hood on, and there was like a skull, and she actually had antlers, Theo. I'm not making it up.
Alright, I'll deal with this situation. I'll call upon you girls in just a moment here. Why don't you go around and fortunately talk to Tetch again over in the tavern, see if he currently has all the laundry, and if not, go into the guild thing. Just help Miss Rue out at the moment. This is a big old mess that I am not looking forward to.
Look at it alone and said that she'd be fine.
You sure about that? If she said she's gonna be fine, then I understand then. I trust everything that she has to do. Ladies, move off to the side. There's some menfolk coming through.
Okay.
Mr. Harcourt.
Mr. Harcourt.
Alright, how about this? I'm gonna split up this one more time for y'all. Go around, double check if anybody needs any more water. Today only is where they're getting a second bucket. Alright?
Okay.
Cassandra, I want you to go ahead and help Miss Rue go around and get some laundry. You three go ahead and just go around together as a group. I'd rather y'all stay together and close.
Oh, was there outing mentioned?
Oh, right.
If she didn't say anything just yet, then you're gonna stay put for a moment. Alright? And then I'll send you...
She said that
Did she already set it up?
the tavern shortly. She did, yes. It's going to be, well, not too long.
What's Silas doing with Gilly?
Alright then.
Doing men business.
You three go ahead and head into the tavern then. I'll have these two go around for laundry since we already did some buckets of water. I'm gonna keep her next to you. She's gonna be your charge today, alright?
You really want me taking her out in the woods?
I don't want to be a bother. If I can help anywhere, I don't mind.
She needs to know of the safer places first, before what we're gonna be talking about later tonight.
Ew, it's her first day.
I'll think it over, but I'd like you girls to go in there. If you feel like this, I'll ask Guinevere. But if Guinevere says that she should go with y'all, then she'll go. She is our leader, after all.
Of course.
Go and talk to Tench. See how close it is for time to get those mercenaries ready for y'all. Alright, just give me 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Again, Cassandra, Rue, Tavern, Guild, God. Ask about clothing. What needs to be done for laundry?
What to do with the water?
Go ahead and give a little extra to Edward today. Somebody with bloody antlers coming out here in the middle of the... You already got one girl. What do you mean we need two? It's not my business, not my place. It's not my business, not my place. Should be my business, should be my place, but we're here now. I'm gonna let that little girl continue playing leader. It's not like I raised her or nothing. Calm down, Theo. Calm down. Breathe. Just breathe, Theo. With time, effort, you have shined above most. You got this. You understand. You know the hardships. You've been here for most of your goddamn life. Most and most. That damn child seeing up. Calm down, Theo. What's gone wrong? What's got everything all on a twist? Which man? Tench?
The one you were talking to earlier.
One at the front desk.
Bald.
Oh. Mr. Hardcourt.
Yes.
Causing a commotion in there again, talking to Tench, or the fact that we women folk were enjoying a drink or assisting?
Just the fact that I was moving out of the way to let him through.
Right. Well, go ahead and see who's at the front desk in the guild. Go ahead and get their clothes. We're gonna get them all in a bunch. We're gonna spend a little bit of time.
They got no clothes.
Well, good on them for staying stinky. Huh? Listen, at least we'll know who's who. Let them mercenaries stink. Let the things out in the wilderness be able to go to them first.
Yes, but wouldn't they just guide them to us?
They'll be a bigger target, don't you think?
I guess so.
Well, then you guys continue onward. Are they waiting in there for Mr. Tench to give them mercenaries?
They said that there will be in a few, so they're just waiting inside.
Good. Just go ahead and gather. And in a little while, we're going to go ahead and get that started, all right? That's when we're going to go ahead and give our second buckets of water to everyone. Us three are going to do so. Once you're done, head into the tavern. You get a free drink today on me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The rest of you, there's a carpentry.
Wouldn't want to be anywhere.
We're going outside to go chop some wood, and I need protection for that.
You guys can go ahead.
Volunteers.
Wonderful.
You'll be receiving the usual
I was
amount.
just trying to see who we were getting.
However, due to guild expenses, I'll be getting the payment to you by tomorrow, and not today.
You girls can go ahead and get a drink from Edward. On me.
You're saying it, callous.
Okay.
I would be laughing in their face.
Apparently we lost a few horses and they are not cheap.
What do you want?
From source that
If only that could
Hello,
be
you
true.
two.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So my girls are My girls are thirsty. Do you mind getting them some drinks? The payment's already been given to Mr. Edward.
As we always do.
No worries. Ale or water?
Put to better use.
Tea.
Tea. All right.
So,
To the hot water.
any
The hot
interesting news from
Tea's actually.
Captain Wingrid?
Your mercenaries are ready. We need a guardsman and your...
I'll go.
whoever she needs.
No, I'm fine. I'll go get Coil for you. Don't worry. Give them a moment. Getting them for him.
Why do we need mercenaries?
So you're the one that scared my girls earlier with the horns. Brave. If you were saying something, I didn't hear nothing unless you're trying to be mysterious. Which case I understand you're definitely a very mysterious figure.
You sound emotional.
Bracken, they're sending the girls out. Need you in the tavern. Who's that?
Thank you for handling that, Theo. I appreciate it. I got a little distracted. I don't know yet. Talked with her. Well, I talked. She stared. She
Doesn't
don't seem like a
talk.
threat. She said she ain't gonna hurt the girls. Think we're all right.
We have a
She
new
knew
one.
where the glade was.
Not many
So
people.
I saw. I would like to,
Meet her before they go
if it
out.
hasn't been done already, either me or one of the girls when they get back.
Come on. In the
I don't
tavern.
want to leave Tetch waiting.
Are you doing something right now?
I need to go find Solomon.
for the
It's
one
important.
of the mercenary missions. We bring on one guildsman, one guardsman for it. So if you'd like to help with protection or something.
You girls head on into the tavern, get yourselves your drinks once you drop off the laundry into the house. When the girls are out, you can go ahead and start doing the laundry over in the glade.
Theo, I'm gonna step into the guild to speak to Solomon about.
He's actually in the tavern.
Oh, perfect.
That's where I saw him last, anyways. I didn't think my back was turned long enough for him to go past me.
Gotta make sure that somebody's ready to, make sure they keep track of all the new updates to the paperwork when the merchants decide to walk in.
Excuse me.
Well, that's why Guinevere went, to make sure nothing was going on.
Speaking of Guinevere, that right there is she. All right, Jocelyn.
Women of this area is so dangerous.
Who?
Woman right there.
The one.
That's
Okay.
That's who you'll answer to.
So, like my boss?
Like your boss.
Okay.
She's nice though.
She'll talk to you later on. She has a
You
very
need to quit.
important thing.
Sounds more like a choked up lung by the
If you
rope.
want it that much, you can.
Didn't mean to grab it on you, Vin. My apologies.
That's perfectly fine. I'm happy to share.
Sooner or later, that throat's gonna sound like a whole gravel road.
During dinner, Guinevere. All right, that's when you'll meet her proper. During dinner, that's when you can meet her proper. That way you can keep your day open.
Okay.
Tell her to forgive me. I'll be back in a bit.
Do you want her to go out with them so she can see what it's like?
Speak with me.
Let her make that choice for herself. Maybe
Understood.
take her to the
Very
wall,
well.
have her peek out into the
Those of you, especially job, so you're going on the carpentry mission.
You sure you
You're
didn't
coming
want
with me.
anything to drink? There was hanging.
I don't want to be a bother, really.
Get a tea or a water,
Please.
Logan.
Look, when they've got you doing laundry 2 weeks in a row, you're not going to be feeling like a bother, trust me.
Speaking of with
More fun to
that,
bother then.
Jocelyn, you get to choose. Do you want to go out with these two?
I mean, I don't want to be a bother, so if that's
How about
easier,
this?
then I'll go out.
Today,
I'm fine going out.
you and I can stand on the wall when they leave. All right?
Okay.
But the next time, because tonight we're going to have a dinner and we're going to be talking about some things. All right? This is where you get to choose if this feels too dangerous. Us girls are very self-reliant on things. We gather our own herbs and material. And sometimes the things that we have in our own garden can't be put within the fort and only grows out in that darkness.
She's tending to rain.
There's lots going on this
So,
morning,
well,
newcomers and all, but it seems like
I wanna help.
communication is getting crossed here and there. It sounded like Gwyn wanted us all to meet. But I could be wrong.
not everybody's going on this outing. That's the one for tomorrow.
Jocelyn.
Understood.
Sorry, I didn't know your name.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Pleasure.
It sounded like she was talking about later today, so
Happy to help.
confused.
We all gonna meet up, just so we can keep our hairs from crossing here. We're gonna meet up for dinner. We're gonna talk about everything that's going on for tomorrow, which has something to do with an outing, if that helps.
We have any short deliveries.
He moved back there after he had
Well,
a meal, or at least a refill.
Delivering back.
And at the main
All right,
table where everybody else got in.
Get up. We're going outside for this one.
Oh boy.
Up we get.
Saying there was an issue, or you just delivered things back to the house?
Back to the house.
Good. Go ahead, get yourself something to drink from Edward or Ambrose or Logan. All three of those boys know pretty well what you girls like to drink, and not to get you too much. All right? All right.
Sorry. I'll move out of the way a bit.
And just get closer to the counter, hun. Then that way you can lean on something and put your cup down.
Probably just smelling the grog.
There's already paid for.
They need to do their jobs.
Ale, water. What would you?
Not mine.
I could get it.
Mr. Coyle?
Of course.
Sir,
Right away.
Another
I'll
hot
be
water.
joining us on our exports today, sir.
what? Sorry, where the girls are concerned, I'm always involved.
You think he was
See,
gonna leave us
now-
alone for a second?
I swear, if I
See,
see you
now our
cost
chances of
£4,
living
I'm
if
taking
things
that
go to
thing
shit
alone.
just skyrocketed.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Coyle here has probably seen his fair share of dangers in his life.
Exactly.
But it's always good to have another man who's tenured in the way of all things bloody and cruel.
Damn.
And we're most of his problems.
Thank you.
Yes, almost 30 years in counting. Almost.
You a problem, Evie?
My pleasure.
I'm supposed to give
Tell
the
me
cups
about
back to you.
30 years down here.
That's correct, miss.
We'll take care
Ah,
of it.
God.
Even if
I
you leave it
finished.
I've only been here a year. I'm already half dead.
Thank you.
The girls keep me alive, inside and out.
How's the supply doing after this morning?
I'm sure they do.
Miss Jocelyn, do you have any questions? Do you want to ask?
Do I not seem like
Tell me, how was the tea?
Not to
sir,
say
I've
I
always
shouldn't be
liked
leaving
your-
you alone. I'm
With
going
a
to
right
the
shining,
and
with a right shining star like Evie around, I don't think anyone could really fault her.
I don't know.
It feels like a lot and right
Just
fast,
absorbing it
right?
all.
You're waiting for it, I imagine.
I think If I were to ask a question, I wouldn't know what to ask.
Nope, wait, hold on.
Well, you have
Wouldn't
plenty
really
of
know where to
time.
start.
I'm sorry about that.
That's
Well, why don't you
genuine
follow Miss Eva here
genuine
and
donkey
meet
time.
some of the mercenaries in town that will be helping us out through the week?
I believe you do, my good sir.
Okay.
Right.
You are with the gatherers.
My father was a lone worker.
Are you going to be helping my girls out? Going out?
Much of a
Guildsman Tetch has asked me to assist with the process.
Understood. My girls that are
Nathaniel
going...
Taylor.
I can go with. I want to help.
Mr. Taylor. Theodosia Marrowthorne. My girl's Vin, the one against the counter there at the end, and Miss Eve over here with the bright blonde hair going to be within your retinue for the day. You make sure that they feel safe,
Deal with anything that come from the woods.
or else I'll tell Dane myself that you didn't make that possible. You understand me?
any little girls out here.
We are professionals.
What's up with that?
They're much safer than us with. They're much safer with me than if you only brought mercenaries along.
You'll never believe the conundrum that was brought.
It's our job to keep people here safe, ma'am.
All right, then.
You actually wouldn't be surprised.
Oh.
If you add a little bit of spices to ale, it actually makes it taste a little bit better.
It is good advice.
Felt like I slept on a
Yeah, if you see a little girl out in the woods all by herself, you should probably avoid her as much as possible.
Trying to get
I'm glad at least you tried.
Especially around here.
Bye.
Silas, but I don't fucking know.
It's unlikely we'll see any little girls. Other than yourselves, of course. Little women, I guess.
Could be worse though.
Well, Oliver, you're digging yourself into a deeper hole and you don't have a shovel.
Here at the fort.
I got a shovel.
Have your goods been inspected?
Sandra, don't sit too far back. You're one of us still. I know you're new. You know what? While the girls are out and about, how about yourself and Miss Jocelyn end up being a team today with Miss Rue? Does that sound all right with you?
That's a natural state of things, isn't it?
Since you're brand new, I know for a fact it'll make things a little easier.
An extra day to arrive to the fort.
All right, Miss Jocelyn, you come over here with me while Guildsman Teach here starts talking. Come on.
Alright. We'll each be responsible for one.
Commissar, one of us bringing a rifle.
Mr. Carl,
He has a gun. You don't get a rifle. I get a rifle because I'm special.
Very well.
I'm from the guild.
You're coming with us? Mr. Dawes?
Of course, I'm the guildsman. You need one guildsman and one guardsman for each mission. I'm your guildsman.
I'm keeping an eye on him, don't worry.
That's exactly it. Could you at least keep it out of the tavern area?
Who's our guardsman for today, Mr. Tetch?
I can set it
It's
down.
back that way there.
How about that?
I think it's him.
Guardsman Taylor.
Miss Jocelyn.
Welcome, Taylor.
Alright, listen up. Yeah?
You're going to stay here with me. I'm going to let these two experienced girls go out and we'll talk through.
Or one of you taking lead.
But I wanted to help. Or
Miss Brent,
Will you be leading this mission, miss?
I don't think so. No.
Give me a
I'm
moment
sure it's too
here.
much anyway.
Hold on.
Oh, well, what's not
What I want you to do is, since you're brand new,
I will
all
meet
right,
you here at the gate.
we're going to let these two girls go ahead and handle this part here.
Oliver.
You and Cassandra are going to team up for the rest of the day. All right, I want you two to, if you can find Miss Rue, go up to the wall when they're going to come out, all right?
Excuse me.
Make sure everything's good. Head on over to Miss Cassandra here. She's going to take good care. And you just give me a moment to see if I can get a hold of Miss Brent.
Hey, Abby, you know what this means, right?
Records. I think she might be in the guild building.
I know where she is. You don't need to tell me twice.
You said to be by the bar over there.
By the bar, yes, the bar. Levered up to me in the street and said so in no uncertain terms, Mr. Ostman.
I see, sir.
You completed your task as necessary, Mr. Ostman, and I will not deride you for that, but I do not appreciate the attitude you are giving me.
I understand, sir. That is why you sent me.
Not quite.
Yes.
I will be sure to remind them that they are to not bother you, sir.
Who else laughs beside the traveling merchant?
Be sure that you do, Mr. Ostman.
I do tend to hear many rumors. So,
Alright.
Oh,
Okay.
let's go.
We're going out the north gate. I need to get wood there.
Right.
Just bear in mind I'll be giving him notes about that.
I shall.
Have we spoken with them?
I gotta tend to this first. Sorry. Okay. Of course I can. Just trying to get these strangers in order.
By my experience, you can never quite trust these vagabond types. They don't exactly wear their hearts on their sleeves. Been rather busy this morning.
Very well.
She's still dealing with Mr. Harcourt. Oh, and his son.
Is she coming with us?
The safety of this fort is my responsibility, Harcourt.
Of course.
I'll do my best for that.
From the very doors they discuss.
You have a good day.
Usually becomes the common talk.
But upon our last visit, it was
Come on, you called me
silent.
slow earlier.
Going to give you a bit of a warning.
Shall we head outside of the tavern once
Can I start with the laundry?
I believe you should inform some of the craftsmen. No one has an idea.
Indeed. Let's head over then.
Those many people have not talked in a while. Does not
He lives over
what
there.
would spur breakdown of communication between them all.
Wish you all luck.
Hard to say.
Thank you.
It seems that there's some issues
Between two of the major individuals.
And these are just rumor and conjecture.
Every rumor is based.
Future, they will need to be updated here. So if you can, sometime today, please head over to the guild in order to get that updated.
Do you mind if we do it after our little excursion today?
Yes.
They're contracted.
Whenever possible.
Alright.
Whenever possible.
Our paperwork will be firm and in order, sir.
He never does. He doesn't ever know how to answer it, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Thank you. Sorry.
You
What are
lot.
you yapping about over here?
Oh,
Try to keep.
giving the
Excuse me as a word.
You can all chat later.
Sorry.
Lend me your ears, please. We'll be heading to the north gate. I assume this is everyone, unless they're waiting for us by the wall. This will be a gathering mission. We're protecting these women. Make sure they stay safe. Make sure they don't stray. Alright? Have we haven't done before.
Pardon?
Sure.
Captain? Captain? Good day to you all.
Good day.
Where is it? Alright. After you, miss.
He's hiding him under his bed.
Mm-hmm.
Keep humming that well, I'll have to bring my guitar next time.
A song from home.
Of course I do. See, I knew there was something you and I had in common. I don't play, but I do like to sing, and I do love a good song. Oh, well, I can get you a good tune. Just I was fixing my guitar the other night. Next time.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
Take care to not fall from the walls.
I'll do my best.
It's painful and embarrassing.
Alright, boys. Ready yourselves.
Yep.
Oh, guess I'm going without my weapon.
Just because this isn't the southern gate doesn't
sure your
mean there
mere
isn't
presence will
things
scare away
out
any of
there.
the nasties that are
Bears,
out there.
wolves, all of it.
I mean, what weapon do you usually have, Coil?
You'll see.
Bonus.
If I need to slap something, I will.
Worry not, if one of the mercenaries turns tail, you can always take their weapon.
What do you take me for, guardsman?
A man here to make coin?
Sir, surely they pay you for your work.
Do you think they already ran into something?
Out here.
Or do you work for pure charity?
Maybe hunting for food.
I work to keep this place alive.
Stay on this side.
And I'm sure
You'll excuse me, ma'am.
Like a gunshot, but I suppose that was probably the sound of the tree falling.
Please lead the way.
I hope so.
These women shouldn't be the ones leading this march. Unless
What do you think I might be with them?
Of you lot.
We're just checking on things, sir.
Exactly.
We could lead them into a gorge or something.
Stay a couple of footsteps ahead of her, but watch where she's walking. That's all.
Aye.
If you're not going to lead, you'll need to get better at giving directions.
Apparently, a lantern did not attach itself.
Yeah.
Horse.
Oh look, there's the other group. Not so scary now we're outside, is it?
That kind of talk.
Is it wise
Be
for
the
them to
death of you.
cut so close to the fort?
I'd say it's very wise, guardsman.
Fair. Give the shadows less places to hide, I suppose.
Sure. What's the limit that we're allowed to take you? Sure.
I might have accidentally gathered a
I swear that moon gets darker and darker by the day.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Certainly feels like it.
Do they come
My audio did mess up, thank you.
Or are they separate?
Osman hides towards the other end.
If it gives you issues, just fill up the bag as much as you can until you can't no more, and that's okay.
Oh, I was just asking if they combine like they used to.
I'm not sure. That's my only thing. Brand new additions.
That's just
Give orders very comfortably. Maybe one day you could be a commanding officer.
It's alright, they're not paid by the hour.
And then you could gain to tell me
We'll
what
take
to
our
do.
sweet time if we need to.
Good.
Find you blueberries? No. I don't think I will. Too old for it either way.
Ladies.
All right. I don't
That's one.
Are we done here, ladies?
Should we make one of the men carry it?
Who here wants to actually be a pack mule?
Oh,
Get your lapdog to do it.
laptop.
I don't know, Mr. Dell. You look like you could handle it pretty well.
I appreciate the sentiment, sweetheart. Where are we going next?
Well, next we can follow the road again. Need to go a little past where they're cutting through, though. My eyes deceive me. Well, it seems that's how you know that you're not from around here for too long now, have you, Mr. Dell? Mr. Tench. You live here long enough you can see through the darkness regardless of lantern or not. Speaking of, excuse me, Evie.
Of course. No berries?
Yep, go ahead. I can drop the bag down next to Miss Evie here. Why don't we go out just a little bit deeper and make sure that we got enough of everything? And that if it feels like we have enough, then we can head back.
Oops. We got a bit much elderroot. I don't know if we'll need that many.
It's a basis for a lot of things, isn't it?
It is.
It is, but we're kind of low on everything right now, honestly. We'll have to bring 2 backpacks next time.
We should. I mean, we can carry a couple by hand, bringing them back.
I've put one in my belt.
Engine of revolution.
Maybe one more berry.
It would be order if the people that are ordered actually have the guns.
Yeah.
Sir, I assure you, there's no statesman against the mercenaries. We're not looking to rebel.
I think that's good.
We're already
Good. Then we'll go down just a little bit more.
possible way of it surviving.
And then we'll make our way back.
Are we done here?
Not quite.
So here then?
Yeah, it's fine.
Wait.
Oh, Jesus.
Lumi!
You think that I wouldn't continue on walking if I didn't see some of her bright red hair in the middle of this?
Come on, Roland, your eyes are fooling you. Don't let the shadows get you.
You know, if I didn't react to what my eyes see, the shadows would get me.
Mr. Titch told us we need to catch up since we got lanterns.
It's alright.
Miss Tish has never left the nice safety of the light over in town. She's never had to trudge through the forest in pitch black before.
He is wearing bright purple. You know, I don't it's a lot easier to see than actual light. I'm not exactly a fan of doing that myself.
We have 2 in this area. Why don't y'all set yourselves to split up? One's right there. And then the other one's right over there. I'll walk you both to the beach. We'll split through. Actually, split just like this.
About to say, why don't you take Mr. Coyle with you in the backpack, since I'm not carrying any.
Alright.
Perfect. You group go over in that direction there. Make sure your lantern's going real low. You already saw what these plants and the last ones look like. You'll be able to see it. Don't worry. Straight ahead in that direction there. Okay? I'm gonna walk you over to this one, and I'll make my way to them so I can help them find it.
You 3 with her.
Right here, there's a little bit more berries. And over here. Actually, this way. We're already getting some berries over on that side. I believe I see the other flowers over here.
It's good that they're so plentiful.
There we are.
Such a shortage.
Looks like they're growing rather healthy.
Something to hope for. Point of
Aye.
finality.
And the moment that they start having rot, that's when we gotta worry. I was hoping that we'd find more than just these 2 out here, but unfortunately, lately, and too far in between, it's been a little unfortunate. If it doesn't work out.
Your other hand, I believe.
If it doesn't work, just grab a whole bunch, we'll carry it, and then we'll bring it over to hydration, because she knows how to fix with the bag, so don't worry.
It was working earlier, but
Hand one to me and I'll take it, would you?
oh, thank you. Don't squeeze it too hard. should be alright.
I may give it a shot too.
It's really helped that we stopped picking all the ones very close to the gate.
See,
They're able
once
to
you have
grow back
touched it,
better.
if you grab one,
You can tell
one
with the
hand,
color.
you use your other hand. If you want, I could put that other one on here too.
Oh, yes, please. It was working for me earlier, but I guess I've got slippery hands now.
Were you using the full hand or the empty one?
I think you were holding on to the bucket, the thing, but while it was still open. Once it's open,
can
you
let
don't have
go
to.
And use your open hand to point.
I see.
Yeah, just like using the menu.
All right then. Seems that this should be.
Figure it out.
Seems that this should be just enough. Don't need any more berries from there.
Thankfully uneventful today.
Thankfully, just you wait.
The bag's all full up.
The fact that this is as far as I can see any of them, though, definitely means we all gonna have to start going south.
Well, when you need protection, you know who to ask for.
Frankly, I'm afraid I'm gonna mush them in my dress. I don't want to get berry juice everywhere.
Let's head back then.
Mister, do you want to try and get this into the bag? Or is it full?
The bag's full.
I can carry it.
I stuffed 4 bundles in my pockets.
Yeah, big.
Are you sure you're not itchy, sweetheart?
That's why you
What sort
put
of
the little
layers are
hoop
that
under the
dress?
skirt.
Very well. Ellen,
I
back
think
to
there's
the
lots of
fort.
layers in that dress. Who knows what you're hiding under there? Berries mostly, I suppose.
You're not supposed to ask a woman what she's hiding under her skirt.
Oliver, pass me that lamp.
Tatch, you say you hear shrieking
Catch up with them.
from beyond the walls at night?
It's probably just a wolf or a rabbit or something.
My thoughts
That's
exactly.
the closest we're gonna get to any sort of light.
We have enough things to worry about killing us in these parts without hallucinating more horrors in the darkness.
You should be more worried about what comes in your sleep. It's not
I guess we
supposed to
could have
be.
taken her out, Theo.
We could have. No, it's alright. Next time.
No eating before bed.
Though it's gonna be a little dangerous next time.
What makes you say that?
Oh, we're not going north next time. That's what makes us say it.
Joe. I see. Well, I appreciate the forewarning.
But it's alright. I'll have a sit with you and Cassandra when I send everybody out again. Though I'm sure Guinevere would have a different say. I think having somebody who's a little bit more learned when it comes to reading and such, though a lot of us are,
No, he actually goes out on jobs with us, so.
I think would probably be best.
I don't mind. Either way.
The rest of them are heading back too. We should follow the road though.
We should also tighten up. Doesn't do to walk in a sloppy formation, even this close to the fort.
As long as Bracken's in the middle,
Slow so I don't
we'll be fine and safe. Man's faster than most of y'all. Even in his old age.
Oh. I feel.
Well, miss, you know what they say about old men in professions where men die young.
I'm a spitting example.
We went out quite
Aye.
far. No activity, but
Foraging's getting a little unfortunate. We might have to start going south for it.
Hopefully the others will have the gate fixed by the next time, so.
Well, with all this wood, it'll be a good time, I assure you.
I'll take note of the ill fortune.
Didn't realize I was so scary on the path.
I didn't realize the log traversing causes you to stop outside the wall.
Well, the side one tree almost falling on one of those.
Aye.
Pretty
It's almost like asking for trouble, isn't it?
Just one more to get.
That's why I'm the
I
old
swear if my
one.
skirt stands for me, someone would be so upset.
Well, it's a good thing that we're doing laundry now, ain't it?
Okay, let me rephrase that then. I think Dolly is going to be upset.
I suppose so.
You know what? Speaking of Dahlia, I didn't look for any flowers for her.
Very decent home.
Next time.
I think she's rested anyway.
Thank you.
You guys can.
Red carpet, just as red as the
Thank
guild.
you.
I'll just do the trek back and forth.
But they're in blue.
Mercenaries, when you're done here, get inside of the
I
tavern.
guess blue carpet then.
Blue carpet.
I'll be able to sign off your sheet.
That was nice.
Excellent.
Oh, good. Girls are being brought up to the gods for some reason. Girls, go ahead and bring that down. All the stuff down below. I'll deal with the stuff with here. Reckon you go with them. I'll see what they're up to.
Very well.
With that being said, gentlemen, we thank you for your help. And I believe Tench said that your payment will be given to y'all tomorrow.
Ever our privilege, man. Not so bad. Happy days.
Horse, yeah.
Happy days, that guard said.
What are my girls up to now?
I believe everyone has set out their laundry in this here barrel.
Well, they chose their own choice. However, I will be taking note of their actions to quit a job before they've even started it. It's not a good thing.
If you're looking over the berries, you notice that a lot of the leaves have looking like they're fading. They're a little older. It's not giving you a good sign about the north anymore when it comes to them. It's a little bit of worrying.
Transplant something.
I don't know how I did it.
The only thing you can think of us doing is during the dinner, maybe bringing it up to Guinevere.
Goes in, comes out combined.
Wait, how did I do that? What?
They're in your hand.
I know, but they combined somehow. I don't know how they did that.
Oh, the combining worked.
Yes. Twice now.
Oh, wait.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's very strange.
If you go like
I wonder if we
this-
can combine the combined.
It's... So, here, I'll show you.
Okay.
So...
It just
hold
happens by accident.
That's how it works. That's actually how it works. So, you hold the item in your... Like, you can pull them out of the bag. I'm trying to figure out how to pull them out.
You click on the picture of it in the front. Just like in the back part.
There we go. Use the stick to... So, flip it left and right. Yeah, so it's like it used to be. It hasn't changed. That's good.
Well, I've never used this before, so...
No, I know. I figured I should have figured it out while we were out there. That's my mistake. I'm sorry.
No, it's perfect.
It's been
very
like 2 years
useful.
since I've done it, so I'm sorry.
This is very, very convenient.
So,
does that
While
mean
you were
each-
looking through the plants, now that you're in a better light, and just as you had probably heard soft whispers off in the corner over the berries, you do see that some of the leaves do, even though looking some healthier, a lot of them aren't looking as good.
Oh dear.
Another thing to bring up to Guinevere maybe during that dinner later.
I think the plants are getting sick again.
I noticed. I thought at least with the berries, maybe we could propagate something.
Launder away.
I'd be speaking to the two mercenaries that decided to quit.
I'll leave that up to you.
God says the way it gets to launder, I guess we get to launder.
Yeah.
Jocelyn, with each step you take, sure, you've spent time in your life doing a little bit of laundry for yourself, and, well, with your backstory, you know fully well what to expect. You take a moment to breathe while holding this, and what have these men been doing in their armor? It's, God, disgusting.
How often do you all, or how often do you think the guard bathes?
Unsure. We give them water for it, so we don't idea what they use it for. This way.
Bathing and drinking, or
Be here for a while.
That's here.
Due tomorrow was
Damage good.
figure
Right.
You gotta be shitting.
Let's go speak to my mercenaries.
You need help. The menfolk didn't even bother to be able to help you carry it down, huh?
No, we were told to launder.
I see.
Oh, perfect.
Daisy! What are you doing, hon? I see. Ladies, why don't you go ahead, bring your light over all the way over to our grotto. Alright? Then come on back, get the soap and the rest of the clothes you've already grabbed, and just do some cleaning for a little bit, alright?
Okay.
Alright. You head on through, you be their light so they're not in the dark. Alright, Rue? Good. Miss Daisy, how can I help you?
Let's go somewhere a little bit more private.
So close. Only a little bit more to
is far enough away. Mr. Corbin told me a few of your girls were up on the wall, and there weren't any guards there. Can you make sure to inform them that they're not allowed up there?
I guess that's where my mistake had been there, Miss Daisy. See, we happened to have gotten a new girl into the coven, and I wanted them to see which direction we were heading whenever we go north. So I'm sorry, I assumed that there was a guard up there, and that's the only reason why I allowed them to go up that way, you see.
I see. If you want to do that again in the future, just inform one of the guards, and we can escort you.
Thank you, Miss Daisy. I'll go ahead and ask if there's anybody available. Oh. You see her lick her thumb? Just... Goodness me, hon. You look like you had a nice rough and tumble.
Oh, yes. Someone was playing a little rough last night. Unfortunately killed one of the other guards. And... You know, got me a little bit too, you know?
I can see that.
Doctor's orders is I have to rest today. Not my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I figured as much. Well then, I suggest you don't do too much then. Let your brother know that he needs to baby you just a little bit.
He's been very busy today. Actually, we both have.
Well, make sure you're not doing too much work then. All right, Miss Daisy?
Sounds good.
Good. All right then, I'll inform my girls to only go up if there's a guard up there. I'll bring it up during our dinner times.
I appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Can I help you guys? That way.
That way?
That's the guard barracks. Update them in the guild logistics building.
That's right. Well, maybe if you stop flip-flopping them around between the two.
I got duties to take care of. No wandering about like such. Hey, Noble. Can we go down to Coordination 2 real quick? So, how'd you talk go? We gotta talk.
Yeah, we gotta talk.
All of us together? Or just you and me?
Me, you, and Bracken for now. And we'll address the girls.
Alright.
Good to see you.
It was alright out there, but there's a few concerns with the
So I've heard from Mr. Titch. I'll let you guys get me caught up on that side.
We have to have a private conversation, Miss Vin. Us three here. But if you want to go ahead, again, free drinks at the tavern. I paid for them all day. If you want to grab something to eat before dinner, you can as well. All right?
And spoil my appetite for what you're making.
Just letting her know
We'll
about
just
our
be going up in
conversation.
my room, so if you want to go down to the basement or something, feel free.
Mm-hmm. I know we're running low on soaps, and I think if you have the time and you want to make some, you definitely can go ahead and go for that.
Okay.
Or...
I don't think I've got any essential oils left. All the flowers are gone for pressing, so...
That's fair. If you want to check the flowers that we have over here and see if they're ready. I know we have a couple.
Sure.
I'd hand them back and forth between me and... Well, I would hand them back and forth as a friend. And we would I would write a bit, and then they would take it, and they would write a bit, and then I would write a bit, and we would just keep it going on and on and on until we had a big old story. And it was a lot of fun. I miss that.
I'll have the candle.
It's just something to pass the time.
Alright, I have this up. We can go back.
Okay.
There we go, all done. Alright. Let's see what needs to be done.
Except the coven members, seeing as it is our only clean water source. They were amicable, so that's a start.
Theo, please.
Thank you.
Want to talk about how that meeting went with the vagabonds?
Those interested individuals with their horns and very similar fur patterns, I noticed.
Yes, exactly. We get in there, everything's fine. It's a little tense, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Dane starts acting weird. One of the men's talking for her. She's the leader, apparently, but she don't say nothing. Not at first. Then Dane gets as Dane does, and he demands she takes off a mask. Solomon and I tried to intervene, but he had already pissed her off enough that she did it. Now when she did, both the men to my left and my right had the strangest fucking expressions on their faces, to the point I got scared. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. They recognize her. Some way, somehow. They don't know. Dane knows. Dane's not telling the truth. And I could tell from the moment he fucking started speaking. He knows something, but he's keeping it to himself, whether it's out of emotion or fear, I don't know. Maybe shame. Who knows? Maybe that woman's his ex-wife. Maybe he broke her heart or something. He's being real weird. I don't know. Solomon said she seemed familiar, but he's weirded out by the whole situation. And then she spoke. Her accent. He never heard nothing like it before. Foreigner. She ain't from around these parts.
How far north are we talking then?
I don't even think we're talking direction. I don't think she's from here. At all.
When she walked past me, she gave me such a chill. An unnerving feeling.
She acted like she knew me. In the glade, she put her hands on my face, touched my hair. It was casual, it was friendly, even. I don't know how to feel about it.
Did you invite her in here? Did she feel like... No.
I have a thought. And I want Chell's opinions on it. To nip this in the bud and eliminate the tensions. Maybe I should invite her to the coven.
I think as somebody to give you advice, that is what I'm here for. Does she give off that kind of vibe to you? That you think that she would be here? She came in with 2 menfolk. Our traditions state that we only really need one protector.
Something tells me she knows who we are. Something tells me she knows what's going on here. My gut's telling me to bring her in. See what she knows, what she can teach us. What I can learn from her, maybe. She seems like us, Theo. She don't seem like them girls from Capital. She's wild. Got dirt in her hair.
If you ask anything of them, they may ask for something in return.
Are we not used to this? Equal exchange?
We
Give
don't
and
know
take?
why they're here yet. Would be wise to find that out first, at least.
It could be the fact that they're escaping the plague.
That it went that far in whatever direction that they came from?
We don't know nothing outside these walls, Theo.
Did the Danes say which gate they came from?
I saw where they came from. They came from by the guards building. That gate.
The north.
Hmm.
Right, I was getting a little worried. But if you think that this seems to be a good idea to ask her to join, then I say we see where she stands. If you feel like bringing her in here...
Control of the situation, if she agrees. I could figure out what the fuck's going on with Dane. I'd have the chess piece in my pocket.
Then go ahead. When you see her next.
They're already walking all over me about it. Not telling me the truth.
Well, then we can get the truth from her then.
Maybe. Good point. Don't want to interrogate her.
No, but
First.
we gotta see where she stands. I mean, after all, we already shoved that poor new girl into everything. Gotten her worried that she was gonna go out into the darkness already on her first day.
I haven't even found any time today to introduce myself to her. I feel like such a bitch. It's been so busy.
You've been dragged around by the menfolk. That's the reason being you gotta put your foot down like what your mother used to do.
Fuck am I not getting dragged around by those two? Towering over me like 2 fucking sentries.
See, I would tell you to use your father, but at the time, then that's just using men against men, and that doesn't put your foot down now, don't it?
If I put Bracken in the same room as Dane and Solomon to handle tensions, they'd all kill each other.
That's what men tend to do, ain't that right, Bracken?
Rightly so.
Well then, I guess it means that the next thing that we must do. Go ahead and checkmate the queen.
I think so. Sorry, I just got a bit nauseous there.
I understand. There's a lot going on. New people being brought in. So many new people. We got new merchants. Fiery red hair that I have ever seen.
Caught a glimpse. Think they may have herbs? You asked?
No, I haven't even had a chance to. I've been back and forth with these girls all over the place. Poor Rue is absolutely terrified of Barnaby. Burnaby. Ugh, always, constantly.
Barnaby?
That's his name. Mr. Harcourt's father.
Oh. I'll just keep calling him Sir Harcourt.
Oh, he's been here
Those
long
two
enough.
Red-haired folk were immediately looking for the guild the moment they got here.
Well, that makes sense. If they're merchants, they have to go through the guild with all their money orders and their items. Which I
Which means
hate.
you go to them to find out what they have.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to sell anything here until they talk to the guild.
And even still, we might not be able to get anything until tomorrow. Knowing the guild themselves, they probably saw two foreign faces, bright red hair, thought them both to be somebody like us, and just confiscated it all. And we probably won't get anything until tomorrow.
Alright, give me the rundown on what happened out there.
Out in the... Basically what was going on is that when we went out through there, we was thinking that it was going to be a little easier finding things, but they're scarce. It used to be right next to trees. We'd have plenty and plenty of berries through, but we had to go pretty far out. And them leaves are dying.
Dale said as much. He was pretty upset over the fact that it's pretty barren. It's not good. I'm gonna bring it up at dinner. Softly. Don't
Yeah.
wanna scare the girls.
I know for a
Start
fact
heading south.
Miss Eve and Vin both noticed it. I can tell in their eyes they were trying their best to not say too much in front of the men. Mr. Tench needs to keep his mouth a little bit more shut, though, when it comes to going out there. Just because he's the
Mr. Tench couldn't
liaison.
do that if he tried.
It's the only thing that I've been
Still
asking
found
of
a
that
way to
man.
fucking talk out of his asshole, even if
And
he
yet
put
he...
his, tongue out of his mouth.
And even still, you go on through and then, ugh, talk about constant talking.
Him and Dane are the only ones that get me to furrow my brow around here. Everybody else I can deal with.
Everybody else is below. Those two think that they are higher than anything, though Dane himself, I don't see him being too much of a... He's been a hothead, ain't he? Well, no matter now. I know the girls are going to want to say their own reports to you over the table.
Should get to it then. See if they want to talk.
Yeah, we'll see. Quick question, are we
But
getting
as for
into
the
hour
vagabonds,
3?
Leave them alone for now. You keep an eye on them. Don't let them know you're watching.
You said...
I'm gonna
You said 9?
confront the woman after dinner and see how she feels about
Alright,
maybe
we'll need a bell for dinner,
joining us.
is what I was gonna
And
ask
then we have the
about.
banishment ceremony tonight. We need to make sure all the girls are ready for that.
As you say.
Good talk. Thank you both. Go about your days.
I'm not liking this, Bracken. bringing in strangers like this. Vagabonds of all people, sure. You remember the books? You remember what Meredith used to say? How one day we'll have somebody coming through. I never believed that for a second. And here we have strangers walking in with the same type of furs that we wear. And she's just letting them walk in. I want to be a voice for her. Don't get me wrong, Bracken. That's your daughter. You gotta do what you gotta do. But I don't know if I actually want this new person within.
I don't either.
Yeah, that's fine.
It brings... They say keep your enemies close. But we don't even know what they are yet. But she... We have to trust her now. In her gut.
It's the only way she's gonna get through. She's just so young.
I know. I disobeyed her earlier. She told me to not follow her and the woman into the grotto. But I followed anyway.
What did it look like to you?
Says she described putting her hands on her, and apparently she even bowed. But they wear a mask. What's to say that their own gestures aren't also a cover-up of some kind? Ill intent. And they're not alone. If we bring them in, what's stopping them from trying to bring their others with them?
I just don't know anymore, Bracken. I'm supposed to be a second voice to her, but I felt like in that moment when she was talking, it was almost as if nothing I would have said would have been anything else. She already instantly wanted to bring them in, wanted to invite this woman in, and I don't know, maybe it's my own intuition, but something didn't feel right.
Well, I could tell you this much. So long as we keep an eye on things, even if it's a mistake, we can protect her, we can protect the others. Guinevere will get what she needs.
If you haven't already, go ahead and initiate that wonderful thing that we set up.
It'll either end well or bad,
Thank you.
but regardless of bad, we'll come out on top. We always do. We survive. You know that. And times like these, we have to take risks. I hate to say it, we need to.
Then we'll take risks. Let's go. Can't leave them girls unprotected now, can we?
Not a chance.
Seems a lot of them want to do dinner.
He is right there.
Well, now I can shake your hand now that it's clean. It's a pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
The laundry is right.
I have to fix up the kitchen. It's so dusty.
Alright, I'll go grab it.
I'll go ahead and head into town and kind of disappear for a moment and then come back looking distraught for it. Why don't we do guard, because one of them gave me attitude earlier and it could just be like in a kind of like a drag down thing, so go guard. You!
Yes.
Disappearing all like that. I need you to go through every single one of these rooms, gather up all of the linens, and you by yourself are going to be going and doing that for me. Right now. Alright?
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
If you see anybody else in here lackadaisically and you think that they need something to do and their hands seem empty, you grab them.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Going for a fair bit of shooting there.
Initiation apparently
I didn't know we had powder and shot.
Are they killing him? I wouldn't mind watching.
I don't know.
Noble, just so you are aware, I went by the doctors behind there. I'm gonna come looking back a little bit distraught, upset when I find Bracken. I'm just going to say something along the lines of, this man was harassing me, making me feel unsafe kind of thing, and have him just kind of push you around and just kind of be like, all right, have him win however way he wants to with that, okay? Yeah, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
I'll make some extra coin.
You bring it over to the table like a normal person. Don't put it around my counter.
Edward? Is Bracken in here?
No, he's not.
What's going on?
Oh, you girls. Ugh. Bracken, when you're done delivering that, I need to speak with you.
Oh,
good day.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. Initiate. This is your laundry. I'm going to put it.
Okay.
Just leave it outside their door.
Thank you.
Miss Theo, is everything okay?
I was just harassed back there. I've been looking for Bracken since. I just went for a quick walk, and this guardsman came up to me and was causing so much trouble, and I've never had any of them do that to me before.
Come on, calm down. Talk to me.
I don't know. I think he's one of the newer ones that came in. It's just making me feel so No.
Okay.
I want Bracken to talk to him. Never had anybody like this do this type of thing to me before. Causing issues.
What did he do?
He just harassed me and kept asking me all these questions and kept pushing and
What kind of questions?
kind of questions you'd ask if somebody was a witch and if you wanted to lynch them somewhere.
It sounds less like a question and more like a threat.
Guardsman was causing trouble, Bracken. I need you to talk with them. I did not feel safe at all. I just went and was just going to do a quick walk around, you know how I always do. And this guard came up to me and he started questioning me and definitely threatening now that I'm talking it through. And I just need you to talk with them. Last time I saw them, they were right outside the tavern. Most of the guards have already gone and done their initiation, but after I went looking for you, that's where I think he went.
The initiation's where he went.
Come on, Jocelyn.
That way, at least.
Sorry.
I'll get to the bottom of this.
Miss Eve, if you please so kindly open the door to the guild for us.
Sure.
Which one of you threatened Miss Theo?
That's the second time Evie's done that today.
What can be considered
Done
threat?
Did you or did you not do it?
Hmm?
Was it someone else?
I don't even know what you're talking about, pal.
Good.
Miss Theo, you found Bracken yet?
Yeah, I found him. Of course, it doesn't seem that he wants to ask questions much. Bracken!
Do you know who threatened Miss Theo? Said it was one of the guards.
Castle, it would have been Noble. You would see him over by the tavern from where you are.
You know, only guard I haven't been around is the one that was standing by the tavern. Everyone else just did a collection muster, so if there was anybody that we didn't see, it'd be them.
Mr. Theo? Was it the man standing by the fire?
Yes, it was definitely him.
I'm willing to take responsibility, but I'm not willing to take somebody else's faults and blame it on myself.
So, you lied in my face and act oblivious. Is that it?
I don't know what you're on about, pal.
Do you see that woman?
Yeah, I'm not blind.
Then don't be deaf as well. Because if you so much as threatened her, there will be consequences. You understand?
Look, pal, if saying that they better make sure that we keep us alive so that we keep them alive is a threat, my bad.
I will keep them alive. You keep anyone alive who's inside of this fort. That's your job. And my job. They keep you fed because they can. Not because they have to. Understand me?
Yeah, whatever you say, pal. As long as you got an understanding, you go do your thing.
It's you who doesn't understand.
You got more to say? Like, well, I see, I'm on my break, and you're kind of wasting my time.
If you can, push him a little bit.
Being wasted. Do you feel relaxed?
Very.
Oh, then you have nothing to worry about. Your break is going just fine. See, my time's not a waste either, because anyone who speaks ill of them, so much as say or imply their harm, that's my problem.
See where maybe you can have one of them help that coven stick out of your ass, and you know, might help you a little bit relaxed too.
You're almost on a little tight. It almost sounded like you said there was a stick up my arm.
Oh, I did. Maybe it's one of their rituals or something. I don't know how their tinctures work.
You feeling like a man?
Well, seeing as almost every man here is not in the coven, I would hope so.
Almost every man. Except for me. Do you know why that is, maybe?
I don't really care, buddy. If you got something to say, then say
You
it.
don't have to care. I'll make it very clear to you really quickly. It won't be but a moment of your time.
No, you've already had a moment, buddy. Go on. I ain't listening
I
to
do
it.
far more out there than you do in here.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not
keep that in
simple.
mind next time we're man on the walls.
Oh yeah, I'm doing what? Sitting on your ass, not going out there doing it. You're sitting here by a fire. They're all on the walls. You're
Right,
the only
yeah,
one
because
they
I'm
haven't
on my
seen.
break from my shift and my patrol. If you don't think that we go out there and do shit, then you're sadly mistaken. You go out there and do shit whenever one of your pretty little misses is on the line. So you can sit here and blab all you want, and I don't care. If you got something left to say, then say it. But go ahead and say it and get out of my face.
You're a coward.
Great. Glad you think so.
I know so.
Alright, buddy. Anything else?
No, I've told you what you are. You know what you are now, so I think we're straight.
Wonderful. Hope I don't have you by my side on the line anytime.
You're going to want that, actually. Everyone would agree.
Anything else, Mr. Man?
So foolish. Don't speak to any of the girls if I were you. You can't keep yourself under control.
Thank you.
Well, if I have to speak to you again, I definitely won't want to.
You'll only have to speak to me.
Right.
Thank you, Breck.
Sure to pull that witchy stick out.
Let him talk. He's a lot better at it than doing anything else like his job.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm alright now. Thanks to Bracken.
You handled it?
Of course.
What's his name?
Who cares? Get a
I
look
do.
at his face.
What's his name?
He won't tell, I guarantee it. What's your name?
Ain't none of your business.
So you are a coward. Got it.
Sure, you can do that as my name. My name's Coward, if you want to call it so much.
I have a face and a name.
What did he say?
His name is Coward.
Perfect. I'm gonna go find Solomon.
Alright, dinner should be starting
not
bringing
Solomon,
that soon.
Dane.
They're doing initiation on the wall.
Boys skipped out.
That's a good idea, Evie.
Apologies, gentlemen. The demons tried taking me.
We're gonna be having dinner soon. Make sure you stay close to the coven. I'll be ringing the bell in 30 minutes.
Once the initiation's done, our bell should actually be ringing.
Should I ring it now?
The initiation's not done yet.
Oh. Well, can I go talk to Dane?
Yeah, interrupt it. I would interrupt it after all this, truthfully.
Oh, is he over there? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Up on the wall, I think.
Bracken? Theo?
We were going to go look at the wine.
Then I guess we all going together then.
Gonna have a talk with Solomon more. Yeah, heard something about hazing Wildly. I don't know.
No, they're probably watching that.
Always the younger men who have nothing to do but to run their mouths.
I could have sworn I saw them all up there. I just see the guard, the guild, a couple of mercenaries.
We can ask them where they went.
Hello there. Dane up here?
Yes, over there, yelling. As per normal.
But
Think you'd
normal.
be mad if I interrupt him?
Are they going through gunnery training again?
I think it just concluded with the sound of the gate, so I doubt it.
Oh, you did.
You at least teach over there. I can't see him amongst the mob.
I was going to say.
That seemed pointless. And the waste of resources.
If that counts as a test for the guard, it should make me captain.
Those of you that are coming along for the gathering of the ore, come to the tavern. I will speak to you momentarily.
Oh, shite, you got right past me.
Big muscles, but
Yes. Great effect.
Did you find who you were looking for?
Aye.
Keep walking, gentlemen. You're blocking the way.
Pardon.
Sorry, say
Come on, girls.
Head on down and follow Guinevere. Go on. Don't let no men push you around.
assault my second in command in front of the tavern.
Who did this?
What was his name again? Coward?
You wouldn't even give me a name.
Yes, he didn't want to say. He's by the fireplace in front of the tavern right now.
Right now. So he missed out on initiation as well, unfortunately.
So he was on a
Bracken.
break.
He took off.
Bracken went ahead and got started for you, but I'm sure you want to handle that yourself.
Well, I'm sure that the man is disciplined properly. My apologies.
Very much.
Because you took fucking an hour changing the oil.
My apologies on his behalf. If he's too foolish to offer them himself. Are you alright?
I am, yes. Now I am.
Glad to hear it.
Right face.
I'll leave you to it.
Wait a moment until we get a little closer to the, Go ahead, bring it now, Dinner Bell. It's a whole town thing.
Is that him right there?
I tried.
Let's go.
I don't know.
He took off. I kept an eye on him.
I'm heading back.
I know. I didn't see.
Bears out there.
I would say
Alright,
unexpected. We have our guardsman right here. It's the new boy, right? But we'll have to.
You girls might as well just head right back on in. We're gonna be calling dinner in just a moment.
Oh, okay. Didn't they say something about a meeting in the tavern at some point? Did we miss that?
A meeting in the tavern? What do you mean? Dinner Bell.
The guy behind the tavern desk said. Okay.
You don't listen to Mr. Tench.
Okay.
If we tell you there's some sort of thing going on you want to listen to or go to, you go ahead and ask me, Guinevere, or Mr. Coyle. Alright? This moment, I don't trust any of them menfolk outside of here. Go on, everybody knows your seats at the table. I'll go ahead and get that stew all set up for y'all.
Sounds like a good way to intimidate a lot of people.
Theo can have a seat.
I agree. You understand what you see it, though.
You'll sit wherever you want. Just be respectful of Theo and Coyle.
Of course.
And to be respectful of me, take your seats before I do,
sit with
please.
my back to this fire so I can have lots of sweat running down it.
Bracken, help me out here.
I'm allowed in the kitchen.
Right now you are. Gonna bring these totally half plates in my hands out there and hand them out to the girls with me.
Very well.
You want to wait for Theo?
Yeah.
Or we talk about it?
Wait for food to get passed out.
Here you go.
Or we talk about bad things?
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Before we talk about the bad place.
Yeah.
Jocelyn, honey, why don't you go up a little bit more? You don't need to be so far
As
down.
long as everyone knows, as long as we're in this room,
okay.
there's nothing
Slide
out
your
there
plate
that
down.
hurt us.
Bring the others,
Yeah,
please.
thank you.
Bracken, go ahead and sit. Cassandra, you got yours as well? We all missing one. Where's Dahlia?
She's still up there trying to clean.
I'll go get her. I swear that girl. There you are.
Yes, I was doing the laundry over.
I know, but when the bell rings, you have to hurry regardless of what you have.
Yes. Sorry, I was.
Since you weren't available this morning, you don't know. We have something that we need to talk about. Plus, it seems that you are lower than you should be.
Sorry. Is this better now?
Yes. Come on.
You know, me and my laundry. Come in.
Go ahead and get your seat in.
Thank you for the
I'll go get your bowl.
Oh, jeez.
Theo's the best cook there is here in the fort. Keep that in mind.
Thank you.
There.
Appreciate it.
I think I would qualify as the worst cook in the fort.
Alright. You can't be worse than me.
Seeing as we have someone new with us today for dinner, I think it would be polite of us to go around, play a little game. Your name, your favorite color, and what you love to do here in the coven. Start with Theo. We're gonna go around this way.
Well then, just so you know who I am Theodosia. All y'all usually call me just Theo, make it easier. My favorite color is maroons, a lot of deeper colors usually. And I tend to do a lot of the teaching around here. I'll put you tag teamed up with somebody here if I feel like you're lacking in an area. Everybody has their own thing going on. I work right under Miss Guinevere. You saying we're going this way here? Then go on ahead.
Hello. I'm Dahlia, and I really like the color yellow or orange, kind of like the fire or like a sun if you've seen it. And I also really like white, just like spotless clean white. I've been here for about 7 years, and I really do like tidying up the place.
And we very much appreciate it.
Your turn.
I am Cassandra. I like the color purple, a little less so on the guild members. It's not a nice purple as far as I'm concerned, but that's not anything important. I suppose around here I enjoy working with herbs, a bit of alchemical, apothecary type stuff.
Very nice.
I'm Finnetrine, but you can call me Vin. My favorite color, I think, also is yellow, but just don't see it often around here. And I really like developing plants, in particular for poisons. Useful ones, not to hurt people, but to do good.
Okay.
I am Guinevere. I'm your coven leader. I like reds and purples, grays and blacks. Don't really have a favorite. I have a knack for remembering everything I read. So history is usually the thing I tend to obsess over. If you ever find your eyes on the shelves in my room, you will see that they are lined with different books about different parts of history of the very land we stand on now.
Oh, my turn. Evangeline, we met already, but Evie is what most people call me. What color? Reds, I guess. A little bit of purple. Yellows are nice too. I guess white's okay. I guess a little bit of everything. And something that I like. Any sort of book, really. A good story. Any sort of good story. Real, false, history. And I guess I like a lot of herb journals. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Rue, you have met, I guess more silver colors from me. They're similar to stars. Mostly I end up working with, or experimenting with herbs, trying to find more medicinal potion or tinctures. I usually attend with the hospital under Theodosia.
My name is Jocelyn, and I think my favorite color is probably orange. There was a lot of flowers back where I come from that were orange, and they were really pretty, so... I don't know what I really like to do in the coven yet. I'm brand new, so...
I'm sure we'll find that out very soon.
Well, you've met me already, but I am Bracken Coil. I'm the protector here at this coven. My favorite color is purple, and honestly, I didn't pay attention to the color until I met her mother. But now it's the only thing I care about. As you can tell, right? What I like to do, though, well, when it's not broken, like the piece of driftwood that it is, I like to play my little guitar. And my hand's not cramping up, I'll write a little bit in my journal or my book, or read a little bit more. I am an absolute enjoyer of art, writing, poetry, music, you name it.
I love writing.
Good.
You should have seen him in his prime. Man had his guitar stuck to his hip, serenading your mother almost every night. Got very loud.
And morning.
And
Got sick of
morning.
me at one point.
Oh. I shooed you out with a broom, I believe, the first time.
I still have that bruise on the inside. There you have it.
Hope the meals to everyone's liking. Theo worked
yeah,
very
it was
hard all day on it.
good.
I'm glad. Everything that you eat here, we've grown ourselves. Anything that we need, seeds, if something didn't give us something quite right, we get them from the guild and merchants. But otherwise, everything that you eat, everything you need, we get ourselves. We're self-sustaining. That's what we do. So, Jocelyn, you said you came here because you want to help others.
Yeah, was that too vague?
It can be just a little bit. Why don't you let us know exactly how you even heard about our little place here? Not many people are so willing to walk all the way out here. Well, in which case, I believe you rode out here.
I didn't walk. I took a ride. I hitched a ride. But there was this person I met. I don't really want to say their name. I was asking about opportunities and places that I could go, and they vehemently suggested that I come here and that this would be a place that could use me and that I could be helpful at, and a place where I could learn to continue, hopefully, helping others.
I see.
Say who pointed you in our direction?
Sorry. Probably not.
So what were you doing before? You said you were helping people?
In my off time, I would occasionally deliver food to people who needed it. I mostly just tried to help where I could if someone needed anything, but a lot of people didn't really like taking my help. So, I don't know. I would give it where I could.
It's a good answer. That's what
Well,
we
thank
do
you.
here too. We help people.
Yeah,
Even if some people may take it for granted, most
But
people
more
come
than
around.
that, we don't just help people by getting their sicknesses over with. We help the fort by trying to fight whatever's outside of it. We work diligently in our basement, trying to work against
What's outside
the
of it?
I tried to avoid scaring her.
Are you sweet summer child?
You came here without a clue.
You've heard the stories,
Words
have you
cannot
not?
prepare you.
Sorry,
for what's
Guinevere.
out there.
Stories?
You're alright. Stories are stories. You will see them. Eventually. There are
It's a little
monsters out there.
ominous.
Do you mind
Don't
if I
worry.
explain a little bit? Get her
Please.
ready for what's to come. The coven here. We as women spend some of our own time as well, looking into, well, why we have so many guns, why we have cannons, swords, why we need a protector. There is a plague, a darkness that covers the entirety of this area and the south. If you noticed, it's the middle of the day, now going towards evening, but have you seen the sun today?
No, I heard about that. I heard that the sun doesn't shine here. I guess it's just I don't
It's
really
that
know what to make of it,
darkness.
honestly.
The stories you've probably heard saying that we here are the reasons why this darkness started rolling through, but it was here before us. There are things outside the wall. It's the reason why we needed so many mercenaries, a guard, guildsmen. There are things that want to hurt us. Not just us, anybody really. They're a blight. They're creatures that have glowing eyes. And you can see them just moments. The screeches haunt and yelp echo through the wood. Some of us here have spent most of our time before they disappear, trying to figure out how to get rid of these damned things.
Doesn't that seem like something the guards should be handling?
Their security.
Creatures?
More than anything else. Wouldn't you say, girls?
They don't care so long as they're not in or attacking the fort.
They can
Not
defend the
really.
walls as well as they like. We are what changes the fact of if they stay here or not. Those creatures.
Plus, the guard haven't a clue about what's out there either.
They act like they don't.
All they know is to point and shoot.
They act like they don't have any clue what's out there, but they've seen them against the wall. Why do you think they had so many people? Why their initiation for that god was to close the door on him and let him go to just a light and come back. The South Gate is a terrifying place. And unfortunately, that's why we all have to gather real close today. Isn't it, Guinevere? What we have to talk about.
Now for the bad news of dinner. I'm sure we are all well aware, being in and out of the basement, our stores are thinning. Not only are our stores thinning, Vinatrine has made me aware that what little herb you did find in the north has not only lost its potency, but its color, its fragrance, its dying. Which means we have to go and start gathering in the south. From tomorrow forward, our gatherings will be at the South Road. And I know that is terrifying. I know most of you haven't even stepped foot outside of that side of the gate. But you must steel yourselves. If we do not level out our stores and continue providing what we need to provide here, the balances will be tipped. Not in our favor. We need balance. We need to remain needed. Any questions, concerns?
The herbs in the north, they're not so bad yet. They're just starting to show signs of sickness, so it would be good if we could try to find ways to maybe heal them, help them, but if it's the waning moonlight, then there's nothing we can do.
The Birkwood berries, we might be able to propagate some if we can find other moonlight patches. I don't know too much about the,
These are things to think about. I want you all to think about these things. What would you do to help in this situation, if it was up to you?
How are we deciding who goes out?
We'll all be
Is there a certain order? Okay.
But we will be doing it as groups. We don't want to send us all out again. We know what happened last time when we all left.
Yes.
Going in smaller groups is going to keep us all alive in the long run.
Break that up. It's honestly going to be volunteer. We'll probably pick you.
I'll volunteer for the first group.
Thank you,
Thank you, Vin. Maybe I can take some of the herbs we got today with us and see if...
I think
I'll be going on the first one, regardless.
then I'll end up going on the last one then. I'll bring Evie and Jocelyn as well. That way she can learn.
When Bracken is not here, I will be. When neither of us are here, you will be. One of us needs to be here at all times. This works.
Evie, you saying?
No, are we taking half and half? It's still a lot.
I'll plan it out tonight. See how many we actually need. Talk. This point, we might end up having to send 2 to 3 per group.
More hands to pick and more eyes to watch is always good.
But that would also mean more mercs we gotta hire.
That's true. And talking to 10, she's like pulling teeth. So.
Mr. Dell's not too bad.
Oh, when he calls you a loud woman, tells you to get out of his space. I think he's a pretty bad man, in my opinion.
He just calls me sweetheart.
You don't mean it in a
He
nice
was
way.
nice when I talked to him.
I guess he just doesn't like old women then.
Maybe.
Don't say that.
Moving on to the last topic before I let you all chat and go about doing what you want to do. Those vagabonds that came into town, you all saw them, I know. The woman with the skull and antlers on her head. I made contact with her. They are not a threat to us. They are kind, quiet, a little weird, but I think all of us fit that description in here. I'm gonna be approaching her after dinner. And I will be extending an invite for her to the coven. I want to know what you all think about this.
What about all the men she was with?
They can figure out what they want to do with themselves. They ain't coming in here.
If she needs a place to stay, then I'm down for it. Though granted, my voice has no big impact.
That ain't true.
Remember, we all have a voice.
That's why I said big.
All of your voices matter to me equally. If even one of you has a problem with this, I would like to explore that.
Well, as long as she's not going to bring an outsider. She's very aware of that, then I have no problem. Be the best judge of character of us all.
Rules will not be bent here for strangers.
And she came in just today? Sorry,
If you
I apologize.
think she's kind, then I'm happy for her to join us if she wishes. It would go against everything that we are if we weren't to offer her a place.
Well said.
I'm not opposed to the invite, but she did just come in today. We don't know much about her, but I agree with what you said.
Well, so did Jasper.
I just want to keep eyes. I guess so. That's true.
You guys didn't really have a conversation. I just kind of showed up and everyone just was like, okay.
We welcomed you with open arms. Already. We already could tell. I mostly could when I first met you. That you'd be a good fit here. I saw it in your eyes that what you want to do here is a little bit better than what most do when they want to come through. Everyone's like, oh, you have all the water, or, oh, I just want to take a sneak peek in. No, you came here with a purpose. A true purpose that I think would work very well with the girls here. That's why we took you in so fast. But we had to let you know of what you're going to be dealing with.
Not to mention, the other woman and her lot, they stand out. There's something about them far different than anyone else. I mean, a woman with antlers walking around, it is exactly blending in.
It's hard to believe, and you all said it. There are a few things she's good. If she's willing to part with her group.
If
I think it's
she'd
better
part
for me
with
to
them.
have her here than for her to be anywhere else in the fort.
I can agree
I have
with
my
that.
suspicions. I want to be able to have control over this situation. These vagabonds. Alright. Well, you all finish your dinner. Chat amongst yourselves. Don't run off afterwards, as we will be gathering very soon to attend the banishment ceremony.
Banishment? For who?
And if any of you have any questions, I'll be sitting here.
So
What's a banishment ceremony?
So we might as well explain this one to you since you're new. And we can go ahead and explain who's getting it through. No, it's fine. This is something we started to have to do here. Unfortunately, New Galleon does not, want anyone back. More than anything else. A banishment ceremony is when you've done something wrong. It can be the smallest of things, and, well, they give you a weapon, they open the south gate, they give you some hardtack or a loaf of bread, and they tell you if you can make it back with enough bones of the blight, you're allowed back in. We have never seen anybody come back.
It's an insult, really. On top of the punishment.
In fact, anybody who
It's
ever gets
nothing
put
you'll
through
need to worry
that,
about.
you'll find, dear. As long as you don't go out of your way running around with a kitchen knife saying you're going to be hurting nobody, I doubt you'll be pulled anywhere.
Which is a good point to bring up. We don't have many rules here. But the ones we do have are unbreakable. There are no warnings. There are no second chances. It's very simple. Wait. 1, 2, 3.
Who is that?
Anyway,
Noise is gonna get everywhere.
sometimes the hinges,
How many times do I have to tell you to stop reconstruction the man of the melon that's in there? I keep telling you just because.
There's just a little speckle on there.
When the candles go out, it is the most terrifying thing that you will see in that corner. You need to stop reconstructing him in there.
Kind of comforting. I'll try. He's kind of cute. It's like
Anyways, rule number 1. The only man that is allowed in this building is that one right there. If you see any man trying to enter or having already entered this building, you are to find the nearest coven member or your leadership and inform them immediately. Don't try to confront them. Rule number 2, no weapons. No kitchen knives, sewing needles, sticks, clubs, rocks, I don't care. This is a no tolerance policy for violence of any kind. The only way you can defend yourself is with your words, but you be respectful. Because those men, they don't like when women defend themselves in any capacity. That man right there, he is who you go to when you feel threatened. He is who you go to when someone is bothering you. And if he's not around, you find me. If I'm not around, you find Theo. It will be handled. Do not handle it on your own. That's pretty much it as far as I can say.
That is everything.
Don't leave the walls. But that's a pretty obvious one.
Don't leave the walls unless you're telling us that you're going out there with someone. That's mostly what we're really saying. If you go out there, you don't tell no one, it'll be...
Oh look, a male is in the house.
I'll get it. Who let you into here, huh?
I brought you something.
Brought us something.
Didn't see any of you ladies at the tavern, so we had food brought to you before it ran out of meat.
Making assumptions that we can't feed ourselves now, huh?
More like thanking you for doing our laundry. Tell the lads to bring the food in.
No. No. Nobody even gets anywhere closer. Girls?
Very well, then I'll tell them the way down there.
Everybody waits out there. Men are not welcome in here, Mr. Harcourt. You should remember that.
It's alright. Relax.
Girls, we're getting a gift from the menfolk for our hard work today. So let's head out front.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. I really appreciate it. Somehow that sounds
I know.
Oh, come on, gift can't be bad. Right?
Well, apparently they don't think we can self-sustain ourselves. Head on through, girls. Come on. Head on through that door. Yep.
Okay.
They won't bite.
Go on, girls. Your second helpings.
Boys, and then you get out of their face.
Go ahead and grab one. It's alright.
I'm not really hungry. I already ate.
Store it in the kitchen.
You can store it for
help me
later.
take one in.
Midnight snacks are always okay with us.
I'm gonna put a pin in it. After the banishment.
Here, I'll hand this over.
Thank you.
Invite her to join the coven.
Just carry it in. We'll do something with it later,
I'm
alright?
sorry. No, you're fine. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this.
Here, I'll take one in and then I'll. Okay.
Alright, girls, you can head on in. Say thank you to the nice men of the guild.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Good day.
All right, let's go. Half of you are so ugly, you scare them off. Let's go. Nice, sir.
Mind your bayonet next time, Del. Don't want you taking one of the eyes of my girls. Okay?
Take one in at a time.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Miss Brent. Next time
So
you
wonderful.
deign to show your own face outside when you take your girls there, instead of sending one of your lackeys.
Always the pleasure, Mr. Tetch.
He did not just call me a lackey.
You completely projecting, girl. You know that. At least one of the men in this town has some fucking decency.
Well, he knew better than to bring through, and Leopold knew better than to go that far in, so at least one of them listened. Here, hon, I'll take this so you can take your candle in. Go on.
They're still watching.
Of course they are.
Of course they're
They're
gonna.
beautiful. Why wouldn't they?
Exactly, beautiful women. Always gonna watch.
Pretty women.
And speaking of, there's one of them that you wanted to speak to, isn't it? Let me bring this in. Can you take this, please, into the kitchen?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Of course.
You want to fetch that for him?
You have a bucket?
You know, I thought there were some here. That's on me.
There's one inside, I'm sure.
I'll go get one.
Ever so gracious.
Of course. You could just wait out here if you want.
Of course, of course. If I may inquire, the guild, surprised to see him outside your doorstep.
So will we. Show a good faith, you know? Things got a little tense around here today. So they decided to bring us dinner.
Oh, very kind.
You're all gone?
I'm sure with
Yep.
no ulterior motive.
Surely no ulterior motive. But that man?
Surely not.
Though, I will have to say, Guinevere, since I'm apparently a lackey to you, you better let Mr. Harcourt know that he cannot just be wandering all the way in to our abode next time. Seems he's gonna need you to tell him.
Perfect timing, having a new member come in. I'm explaining to her how men are not allowed in the coven building. In walks the guild.
Right as we were talking about it too, no less. It was almost perfect
As good of an
timing.
example as any. I'm sure you set the record quite straight, ma'am.
I tried. I just tried to do so calmly.
Costs nothing to be courteous, I suppose.
No, it doesn't. Sometimes it costs you everything.
Yeah, but can you make sure that Bracken can find them there buckets? It seems that he's having such a hard time pulling it through.
He just waddled off and.
Did he? That man
He's
is as
silent as a
silent.
shadow.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
He's good at his job.
He is. It's the reason why we always take him around, isn't it? Kept him around for good luck.
Well, I certainly welcomed his presence with us just this morning, madam.
Yes, I apologies on my own, I should say, with how straightforward I was. You see, I've been under this life for so long that I don't really need a lantern as much as most. Guinevere here knows just as well.
I suppose that's a benefit for you to keep and for us to benefit from.
It's easy for us to see the plants at night. We're so used to seeing where the moon when it finally shines just right.
Is there a trick to it?
It's a do.
It is. Right in the morning, it's the reason why we do it around when we do. It shines just right in the light, when there is some.
That's why we can't really go picking when the moon's not out.
Let him to safety.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly, sir. Well, we're off to the tavern then. You all have a lovely night.
You as well.
Bye, Oliver.
See you in the morning, I suppose, for our excursion down south.
You're stuck with us.
Oh, I hope so.
It seems that Mr. Tench can't even pay the men after we've already gone and set all that stuff up until tomorrow, too. Something about them books.
Said he wouldn't pay him till tomorrow.
Well, I need to make sure my scythe is cleaned and sharpened for tomorrow then.
Yes, you do. And it seems there's somebody you need to go and grab, Miss Guinevere.
Banishment ceremony first. Unless she's waiting on me.
She might
I'm
be.
kinda scared of her.
She's got a group
Not
with
gonna
her.
lie. Fuck. Alright.
You want us to play distraction for the men?
Go ahead and get some of the girls you think would be a good conversation piece while we have this talk.
I look away for 1 second. Ooh.
Oh.
That is definitely perfect.
What's her? Is she with you all? No, but you're stuck with me now.
We are people. Our winter requires good ground to pray on. I'm sure that you understand our practices are what they are, and we cannot sway from them. So, we would humbly ask your permission to pray at your glade, as well, we have heard it is the only place untouched by the blight that has befallen this place.
She didn't even answer him.
She's got to think about it. That's completely against what we...
Yes. Little wolf.
Is it?
Yes. Along with men not being allowed inside of the
I
building,
don't see
they
why
are
that
not
would be an
allowed by
issue.
the river either.
You were respectful to the land when you went originally.
Yeah, I was told that by Rue.
I'm sure you all
Asking
understand
to go to the glade is
how
a
trust
problem.
can be very fragile.
Guinevere, if
We
I
do
may.
not mind being escorted for such things. We just ask to be given space when we pray.
That is the rules. They must be escorted
Protect
if
the
they're
roof,
in the
go on.
glade.
I still have all my laundry there.
Very well.
To get my
Then I suppose go and run and get it then.
Offerings to the land.
Right now.
We are here to ask for
Do you need
acceptance for the things
help?
that we take
No?
in our stead.
Go with her.
And offer
Go.
us
She said
Oh,
yes.
She said yes. Okay. Her.
Go, go.
Fascinating. Do you mind if I observe?
Not at all. Perhaps I can tell you why the rune carved into your tree is backward.
assure you it's not backwards, ma'am.
It is a common mistake. There is tradition.
How does she know that?
Seems she knows a lot more than what she's putting on, huh? Well then, we'll escort them through. I shall. Something just ain't right now. Some of the girls are just grabbing the rest of the laundry. Made Dahlia go and clean all the linens within the house.
That's fine. I don't want them getting involved in this right now.
I'll tell them to keep a distance. Knowing them, they're gonna get a little too curious.
Peculiar, is it not?
I'll talk to the girls.
Yeah, well, they're to our right. So go, yeah, of course, go back.
Girls,
Yes? Yes?
over this way.
Coming? Well, we were just gonna go around the wall.
I didn't want to intrude on their way.
So you're going around
They're
the wall
going to be
and
doing something a little bit part of their own religion and ways of life. If you do find your way over there, you keep a very large distance. You understand me?
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems there's something not right, and we're going to try to figure that out. Now, you're not locked
I wonder
here.
if they've done
You're not stuck within the house, so if you want to roam, you can. But right now, because of situations and tensions being high with this banishment, make your way over. All right?
Yes, we're just gonna set these on my bed so I can fold them.
Yes.
And then I can put them away later.
Off I go.
What's the tapping after this?
Okay.
We come from the north as of this year. We came to help. We heard that extra hands were needed, and we have gotten used to your people's queen.
I see.
If you excuse me. Are you clean?
What did I miss?
Come then. Grab your sword.
They're washing themselves.
At least the
Like we
men.
do.
At least the men know how to actually bathe themselves.
It's very odd.
It is.
I'm gonna get a little closer.
She says we're masquerading with their culture.
Masquerading. We're following a tome brought down from the Brent family. I don't suppose that is masquerading something.
Right, says the one who wears a mask.
Exactly.
We cleanse ourselves in the water. We make ourselves pure for the land. And then we offer our blood as an oath. That when we eat, we will also give. Please do not wipe the blood away if you see it. Of course, it is not to scare any of your guards.
Make sure to, if you see Dahlia trying to grab any type of rags to clean up blood, make sure that she doesn't.
Of course. We seem rather quick to let them put their culture on ours.
I'm not quick at all. Fortunately, I'm letting our leader take point.
Hour 4 of the project, which is the last hour for plot, and then the players have 1 more hour after.
I simply do not like them being here.
Makes me uncomfortable too, don't worry.
Which room did you offer? I am curious though, whatever they're using has allowed the blade to exist. Even half wrong. Curious. That's right there. He's the goddess rune. Our people do not keep our language in books. Books do not reflect reality. Many of the times, the rune gets drawn backwards, and that's when it is replicated. It is wrong. Flip it. Thank you for allowing us to pray.
Of course, it was.
No problem.
Guinevere, did you want to ask her your question before she goes off?
Sister.
Maybe after the ceremony? I need to think.
Alright, if you think so. She's coming back.
I might have a question for you after the banishment ceremony. Let's stick around.
Banishment, what is this?
When people don't play by the rules here, they get sent out. New Galleon don't take them back, so they get a weapon. They're sent out into the woods and given the impossible task of how many bones was it?
No one's even bothered to even bring back one, so there's no point in explaining it to someone who's probably not going to be spending much of their time here. As of course you are.
Sorry, my native tongue. Interesting. Then I suppose we should not be late for the ceremony. We shall speak after.
Very well.
Let me guess. If you do not play by Dane's rules, you get banished?
Dane does make the rules of the Fort.
Of course he does.
Mind if I ask, how long you've known Dane with the way that you, talk about him? It's only a question if you don't feel like asking. Well, answer.
We spent some time with our tribe many years ago. That was it. You
Spent
said 5?
time with a vagabond tribe.
Too long.
Yes.
What, you kidnap him?
No, not at all.
Like we only need a reason to survive, he stuck with them.
Your fearless leader was bleeding out in a field full of colonial soldiers.
I pulled him from the field and I took him back. We healed him.
You
and
saved
he
him.
repaid our kindness by leaving abruptly.
Ungrateful dog.
It's fine, Theo. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a possible misunderstanding. Bracken, do you mind going inside and checking to see if there's any girls left in there? Otherwise, let's go ahead and get them all headed towards the tavern.
Believe you me,
Of course.
I was foolish enough to consider him trustworthy. It will not happen again.
I hope we will be able to remedy that mindset, seeing as we all work together here.
I am here for my own purpose. I intend to start no quarrel. My brothers have been slighted on my honor. Dane refuses to have a conversation with them. We are not here to fight, but we do not take disrespect. You, on the other hand, are fine. We have no quarrel.
Why you call me that?
You just remind me of someone. That's all.
I suppose all the girls know me, but
I sent Bracken in to grab any girls left in. Head towards the tavern.
we'll do so then.
Are you telling me, though, that what we've been following has really been this? Is that what that feels like?
I don't know what I'm feeling.
Anybody in there?
No, seems they've all left the building.
Very
Good, then they
To the
listened.
tavern.
I don't like them coming to just correct our ways, as if they're not our own now.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions now. We don't even know if they're the same. Somebody could be confused.
Still, there's a hint of disrespect in it.
The Sisters of the Thorn were formed in this fort. This fort was not here forever. Remember that.
Perhaps. Cultures change. It's no longer theirs anymore if it was at one point.
It is everyone's, whether they follow it or not. We know that.
Here, so,
There's the girls now.
Our girls off over by the stables.
Are we sure what father named me?
Pretty sure.
Unless you prefer Little Dove, but I assure you my father would not like you taking his name.
what would this place be without the guild? And what would the guild be without?
Don't recommend it.
I wish to extend my thanks.
Oh, glad you
We
would.
came
Everything
here
go
to
well,
help.
Gwen?
I was afraid we would be kicked out.
Red as rain.
I'm told try not to pull off kindness.
I think that mindset mixed with coin is
Coming with us?
exactly
Not an act of kindness
what
so much
ruins
as
people.
perhaps
I haven't talked to her yet.
self-preservation.
If you come up with a
Either
better
way,
solution,
I am
We'll be
not
attending the
sure.
banishment ceremony first. Everything will follow after.
Understood.
I have known folk outside of my own to be quite helpful from the time comes.
I'm sure. Must run in the family. I wanted to just say thank you.
What do you make of those other two merchants who came into town?
Running the family.
Green.
Running the family.
Must get in line.
She knows so many people, and yet no one knows you. Who are you?
They're very new to this. Seems they must came more ill prepared, but they at least were able to see opportunity when they was presented with.
Who are you, woman of masked? Woman with the braided hair.
Don't do that. Oh, siblings, huh? Interesting.
Indeed.
I know you will, so that's why I'm stopping.
Wait, what's happening? I didn't.
But you look just like
Leave the verdict about.
I see.
Question, maybe?
They're sending out their opportunity.
Big fan of my teasing. Are you making fun of me?
I can't imagine they needed
No.
You're a friend.
I would never.
Remember that, but if you're not, you can just come to me like you used to.
Theo.
Are they finally banished?
Can you please move your leg?
Oh, I am so.
Thank you.
So sorry.
The leg continues going away from me. You're beautiful. But I would like to see.
No, it's not.
Just kidding.
You don't have to have magic.
I know. Jokes.
Guard moving
What you
back
looking
and
at?
forth like this.
The Burnaby and Dane having a conversation.
Just keep a nice head.
Oh boy.
And know that'll be a
Do you think it's time?
I'm gonna scoot up a bit then.
Okay. If you had the intentions, I'm assuming you know the price.
Again, I had to do everyone's laundry.
Who's going out? And I was on the attic disgusting.
Somebody had hurt Miss Daisy and killed another god.
Killed.
So as punishment, this god is being banished. He's given the same rights as everybody still, but that's his trial. Bring back
Is that
the
the same guard
bones.
that threatened you earlier?
No, it's a different one.
It's a different one.
The good captain did say if he had survived the 2-year tenure, he would have been out of here with his pay, but it seems he's embraced a different fate.
Don't stray far.
How long to get to before it's not?
Odd is that? If you're truly curious, maybe he'll
Brewing decided to experiment on
if you're open enough to talk
potentially
about it.
extracting or distilling some
Lock
of
the
those
guard, don't even
herbs
know
to cure the
how long
venom.
they've been
Right.
several times already passed.
Might take a few days, but
Well, haven't you heard the good captain? He's always trying to ascertain what day it is, what time it is.
The guild
I don't see any red on my outfit.
Well, that is a good contrasting color with the purple and the brown. Red goes with almost everything. What does it not go with? I question you that.
green.
Paranoid is good.
Never mind, I'm done. Never mind.
I've heard far too much to not exaggerate medical reason.
Well, what would you want then?
Absolutely. Bordering insanity.
I suppose all of us are born with insanity. Insanity's right down the road.
At least the rooms are nice.
Guess it explains why the
Do
guy.
Mr. Hawkins have any information about what's going on?
They're gonna be staring at it all day.
No, but that man out there,
Staring out.
you don't worry about him.
For 2 years. At least I get to see the northern part sometimes.
Why?
Yes, that is my problem.
With a slight brighter disposition and
I know. I
well,
was just making sure when you
lack
ran
of
off, someone had an eye on it.
not as dense.
Of course. You're just trying to be helpful.
I wasn't gonna chase him down or anything.
Well,
I know
I
better.
think the tavern will notice if I fix the paintings.
Yes.
gotta leave the beatings to me.
So it is a stylistic choice.
They're doing the perp walking up. Where is he?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's him.
I just figured Mr. Hawkins had enough muscle to grab him in case he came back.
I didn't mean to name your horse.
It's best we let the guard handle their own. We
I can come
told
up with a different name. A better name. A lucky
We told the head of the guard.
If you name my horse Lucky, I swear to God.
Maybe.
Sure.
But first I need to know, is it a mare or a stallion?
But
I got a stallion.
he also did mention that the person being managed to someone who,
Best is no name for a stallion.
I think it killed a guard and attacked the lieutenant.
And there he is.
I knew this lad.
Is that him?
Back in the galleon.
The man right there in the middle. It's the one that they have.
Is that the man from earlier, Theo?
No.
That is the same.
No, it's a different man.
I think I said hi to
So
him.
what's his name? Let's not name the horse after him.
He's been in jail all night.
No, I said hi to someone else then.
Give the names.
Good.
Hi to horse. Its name? Potato.
Come on.
It wasn't potato.
It's about to start. We're moving towards the gate.
So you would say it like.
Okay.
Potato.
See, the sentiment is carrying through the road.
If you two want to see the banishment ceremony, it's this way.
Let's make our way. No give, it's all just.
You're a tough crowd.
It's so firm.
The logs back out in the cottage. You know they like their fancy shoes.
That's true.
First day here.
I'm the find dirt annoying when they don't plant trees and they allow the tree roots to grow through it, and it's just hard and lumpy and.
That's what I'm saying.
Good. None of them look behind.
I don't think we're gonna.
I'll talk with Guinevere. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry. I'll get them off.
I know that people want to
Do we just...
It's not allowed up there anymore.
Actually, now that I think about it, your stairs is best seat in the
Guinevere, we're even gonna ask the carpenter if you can use their home.
No.
She's okay with it this once, but make sure you ask next time.
It's the perfect vantage point.
Gosling, can we get the three of you to ensure
Is
accused
She apologizes for not asking for permission. Next time she will talk to you if she wants to use your stairs.
Suppose we're stuck.
That's fine, just as long as you're not, they're not trying to do any damage or
No,
anything.
they're
I
just
know that
sitting
they
there and
wanna get
watching.
a look.
Just wanted to let you
You're
know.
more than welcome to go up yourself if you wish to watch.
I'll be
If
right
you want to
underneath.
take care.
So thank you.
A bit of iron like those.
My stairs, my rules.
Alright.
There's plenty of room, I think.
Ma'am. Thank you.
You're right. And everyone's finding a place on your home, Cassandra.
Our accused, Samuel Grayson, of the valiant provincial guard. In response to actions and choices made in earnest against the interests of our fort, you have been judged. You have been judged by both the rules established by the High Council of New Galleon and the leadership within our own walls. Samuel Grayson, you have been found guilty of both murder in the first degree and worse still, desertion. In an attempted escape from your contractual and sacred obligations to this fort, to defend our great nation from this darkness, you have broken the law to the highest degree, and thus are sentenced to exile. The law is the law, and as such, These judgments have been made final. Any objection to them is merely a personal opinion and thus will have zero effect on the sentence. You shall be placed outside of the southern gate. The gate will then be closed behind you and shall remain shut. You will be handed a simple weapon to accompany your exile into the Blight. Should you manage to encounter the archenemy and return with 20 cursed bones in hand, then it will be known and acknowledged by the leadership of the fort and all here that the Father above watches over you and has held you in his favor, and your criminal transgressions shall then be forgiven.
That is no favor, that's a fool's errand!
Do you have any last words?
Oh, fools, a lot of you. Even if I go out there, it's all the same for everyone in here. Nothing escapes what is out there. How long have we tried? How many of our brothers haven't made their 2-year contract? You know it just as well as I, but you're fools and too plain to see.
And thus have been spoken the last words of Samuel Grayson. Guards,
Guess I worked it interfere with the gate.
escort him past the gate.
Move. Now then, when is it coming?
What do you think you thought was going to happen?
Move. You know better.
Back shut.
Go.
Murdered someone, apparently. Delusional young fool.
The gate will be shut behind
Into the
you
mouth of hell he
and
doth
remain shut. Lieutenant, his weapon. Remember, 20 cursed bones.
Is that who we murdered?
And you might be forgiven.
He deserved
Don't worry.
one of his fellow guardsmen he killed to escape.
By the children.
Build the walls, ensure that he wanders off. Solomon.
You have your orders.
I have my orders.
Bastard couldn't even get north.
Furthermore,
Day out there.
guardsmen, you four.
How unfortunate.
Sir, seize Mr. Harcourt. Immediately. What?
Oh.
What?
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 This is getting interesting.
What? Huh?
What?
Why are they taking Mr. Hall?
The very people who have sent us on this mission to secure the South, to maintain this fort, and to protect the people within. Inside of this documentation, witnessed by the captain himself, signed by Sir Lucian Vale, for the seizure and arrest of my father, Mr. Harcourt, on counts showing that the misuse of guild items and resources, the wastefulness in a position of power, and a lack of advancement to where the council believes we should be.
What's waiting out there?
It is with this authority of the High Council
Get your hands off me.
and the lawful assistance of the Provincial Guard that Mr. Harcourt, in his failures, is sentenced to exile. Captain, carry out the sentence. Rotten child. Everything I have ever done for you. You have wasted these people's lives for the last time. Wasted? What about all the people back in New Galleon? My countless families were stopped from being corrupted. Solomon?
Don't feel it.
Life not worth it.
Come on. Don't make us treat you.
Stop! Stop! You know, you do have a point.
Have someone on your travels.
And you've grown in the hearts of these people. There is no doubt you are charismatic, but you are also soft. And you have wasted lives and resources far beyond your station. And it is because of that, I cannot risk you returning to this fort.
Wait.
Take it off. Captain, get the gate closed and throw the body out or have it burned. I care not which.
Solomon.
We've seen enough.
Oh, we're leaving.
So much for the rules then. Fucking guild.
Let them
Reckon.
make their show to themselves.
You go get them girls. Make sure they're nice and safe back at the coven.
Plaza.
Girls, come.
Watch your step down the stairs.
Come on,
Gotta
Cassandra.
look away eventually.
Now show the situation. Exactly what father went through.
See you.
Right.
Charges, miss, if you wouldn't mind my asking.
For which one?
Mr. Harcourt.
You think you know a man?
The guild over in New Galleon, from my understanding, just
The man is sentenced to
basically
die
said
after desertion from a man.
he should have been deserted
Desertion.
following the fort's codes. Seems he's been too soft. However, it seemed his son had other reasons.
No one said he was a man of principle.
Thank you.
That's not what was supposed to
Leadership
happen.
that
No, it wasn't. I figured as much.
Girls are terrifying.
Yes, there's no more to see here.
I'm gonna speak to Solomon when he's done.
More to see here. Disperse. Make sure that man does not return. Return to your business.
Ridiculous that they
Go.
call us in to watch.
I'll follow suit and
cannot
take care of
see
the girls.
result of their barbarianism. You still wish to speak?
Yes, please.
I just find it funny
Come on, back to the
that
town
you
of
banish a
Blackwell.
man for desertion when you should know very much about what it's like to desert, Captain. Just pointing out the hypocrisy.
She speaks nonsense. She's lady manipulative witch. You know I don't like to use that term.
Yes, well. Well, if I may, Captain, I've been like the fact that he shot when I was right.
Let's go away from that mess. You're right, Benny.
Yeah.
Hey, come back with us. Come back with us to the town.
Oh.
hope not. I don't disagree with you. I'll ensure that night shift is well informed as well. Have the southern wall doubled. Yeah.
Dane.
I'm sorry you had to see and hear that.
No, I understand entirely.
There's no honor in a place like this to begin with.
This new woman that came to town.
Our job to make sure a little bit of it will be.
What do you know of her? Like, truly, I have to ask.
I have lots of history in my past during my service with true and proper vagabonds through and through.
I see.
Women like her can be deceptive.
My girls got a bit of a scare when she came in, and now they have even more so.
She gave the whole fort a scare. I would watch after her closely. She and the others with her have thus far given no reason to distrust them yet. At least not entirely. But they haven't exactly earned trust either. Just walk softly and please watch after yourself.
I will. Then I just wanted to make sure you were alright too. Seems a little bit of a mess has gone through on your end. Not 'cause of you, of course.
Things in this fort are always changing. No plan, however bulletproof we feel we may make it, ever survives what inevitably happens. It's just a matter of adapting, as it always has been.
Right.
I have my concerns with Solomon stepping into his father's shoes, but I pray that his apparent ambitions rest simply as soon as they leave his mouth.
I was wondering why he was being so kind to us. Noticing that we weren't at the tavern, he knows well enough. He's been here long enough. No, we sustain ourselves.
We shall see.
Alright then. I will be taking care of my girls. If you think you can put an extra patrol go past the place, make them feel a little bit more safe.
I'll see to that the night shift is made well aware of your concerns.
Thank you. Really do mean that. I gotta go take care of my girls then. Excuse me.
Absolutely. Fix up some of that famous tea of yours. I might actually start to get jealous.
I can bring some later. I know you have the night shift tonight.
That would be splendid. It was not my intention to take a night shift, but in light of recent events, I think it would be unwise of me to not do so.
Then I'll bring a pot by, wherever I find you.
Sir, good evening.
I think Jocelyn isn't taking it well at all.
Alright, I'll go and see what's going on. Are you okay?
Yes.
Good.
I'm just getting warm.
Alright, you stay here, stay warm.
And Vin is downstairs with... Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Vin's downstairs with the visitors, the women and the men.
I see. I'll go check on
On
Jocelyn.
the nerves after everything that happened.
Yes. I'll be in the group. Do you want to be alone?
Did he even have to write anything?
When you're done warming up, if you want to make another pot of tea, I'm sure everybody could keep them with their nerves.
Although, I'm sure the one Evie made is delicious.
Come get.
Trying to look for some stars.
Come here still. We should all be together for a little bit before you go and do so, okay?
Why are the men allowed downstairs?
They were all leaving.
If Miss Guinevere said that they are allowed to go down there, then that's where they're going just for now. Doesn't mean that they have permission every single time.
She specifically said, and even got mad after she said that men came in here. But no men are allowed in here.
To die.
The only man allowed in here is the good sir.
Guess that just means that we have to figure out exactly what those men mean to that woman then. And why Guinevere feels that they are allowed in here. It's against the way that we've been living here since the fort was founded, of course. Almost 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Been following it through, but...
So much so that kids, babies, just because they're a male got kicked out.
Men and women.
I'm far aware, Miss Rue, exactly how the things work here. I've been here long enough. And I understand that men being down here are a little scary. The things that go bump in the night can make your candles go out. So I advise you to listen to Miss Guinevere for tonight. And once we figure out exactly what's going on, then we can question and ask those questions. But for now, we calm ourselves. Especially since the same man who shot his own father in the middle of the fort walks so casually in here. That's the man you need to be worried about at this moment.
Plus, those have room in the taverns, they said. But truly, I think Jocelyn might need you.
Nonsense.
Are they upstairs?
I think so.
I met him earlier today.
Yes.
When we were going up on top of the wall.
Get yourself some tea.
He's not a soft man.
Okay.
Soft wouldn't even begin to describe that man.
Mr. Harcourt, his father. You're right, it's not a soft man. Stern. But it wasn't because of his nature.
Can I come in, girls?
Where's Theo?
Yeah.
Delilah, if you want to go get some tea and come back up here with us, please do so, alright?
The pot's still warm. Sounds good.
I'm sorry that on your first day of getting here, that is the first thing that you had to see.
Don't pity me.
Unfortunately, in these times, there's no one else to pity. The only other person that would is the one who shot his own father.
Was that
I might have told you something. I might have told you something in there.
What?
Well, the man who died.
Mr. Hark.
Had a bad feeling, but you're still fine, so.
He
surely
wasn't the
must be
best of men either.
When I met him, I knew that. It doesn't mean he was irredeemable. Doesn't mean he couldn't have become better. It doesn't mean that he needed to die.
Well, I agree.
I'm gonna tell you something. The ways that the guild has decided to put forth, if you listen carefully, if you were able to hear what the documentation had stated, was that he was set for banishment. In one way, there's two ways we could take what Solomon Harcourt had done to his father. Could have been a moment of actual pity, not wanting to see his father get ripped apart by those things. Or we can see it as something that he's been planning for a very long time.
If the documentation said that he needed to be banished, then
It was
why
basically
he able to shoot him?
Because he was going to be dead anyways.
Solomon said something, though. You could hear him from up where we were.
What did he
I
say?
was afraid of him coming back.
That
I
man?
was afraid he'd actually make it back.
I guess that was one thing that he did have then. I guess he thought about his father just once. In that moment, thinking that he'd actually make it back. That is something. The one thing and the only person we really should be worrying about right now is yourself and us girls here. We take care of our own and we make sure that we are safe. It's the reason why Bracken's here. It's the reason why we have so much together. And we stick together. It's the reason why we, the Sisters of the Thorn, consider ourselves sisters, regardless of our age, where we come from.
I'm coming in.
Come on in.
Not to mention, I don't think Mr. Harcourt... Solomon Harcourt is a danger.
He's not a danger to us, no. He can see that we have something of worth in this town. Fortunately, that means he's gonna try his best to, use us. Though then again, he has to remember that we are a group of very smart, clever, and genuinely, cunning individuals. It's gonna take a lot to pull wool over our own eyes. It's the reason why we didn't eat the food. Not really. That was given to us. Even if we can trust Mr. Edward, can't really trust a man just yet that knows exactly how to get to us. Then I'm sure you'd be able to, figure out exactly if they put anything in the food on the way over. I'm sure you can smell a thing or two. A little different than what normally Mr. Edward would make for anybody. Your expertise and all that.
You don't want a warm cup of tea.
I don't think I could drink anything right now.
Just breathe, dear. Slow, calm breaths. Something for comfort here, even though we say that those men in blue really only take care of what's inside the fort. They really do take care of what's inside the fort, and they will be getting another patrol past here to keep us safe. Make sure that you feel safe, that somebody is watching over. Sure, we have Bracken, he is protected and all, but... Dane promised another patrol past, just in case.
Dane knew in advance.
He didn't know that far, though. He said so himself. That's why they argued and yelled when you were all leaving. Guinevere knew.
Gwen knew?
She said it wasn't supposed to happen that way. That's how you know that he took things into his own hands, promising something a little less bloody, I suppose.
You think it was a last-minute decision?
I think he had that as his main plan all along.
Just needed an excuse. And what the old guy said, it made it.
But it is true, you all know him very well. For those who've lived here in the fort as long, Burnaby Harcourt was pretty soft on his men. A lot of things went missing, and... well, you have to pity the old man in his age and time. He's been here longer than most.
When I came in here, I said I wanted to help people. And I heard a pretty unanimous agreement that you all wanted to help people too.
We do.
So what do we do?
What we do now is those who aren't in power, we make sure come back alive with us. We give them tonics if they have trouble sleeping. We do what we can to help a lot of things, truthfully. You'll learn the ways of tonics and the herb with us. You'll learn how to fight that thing that's growing in the south. And you'll be around like-minded individuals who want to help in their own ways. And you'll be in a safe place for it. We're no doctors, no. But we can do our small things.
Doctors aren't any help.
There's one doctor in town that's quite a good help. But at this moment, he's not home, and that is the same with the other doctor, Dr. Finley.
Long day. I think I'm going to turn in for the night.
Alright, if any of y'all want to go ahead and turn in, you are allowed to go and sleep. This has been a terrifying day for a lot of us. There is time to go to the tavern if you wish to check up on new arrivals. You have time to play with tinctures, clean as someone who might not wake up in time.
Yes, ma'am. It's. Oh, no, not again! Ooh. I almost dropped them, sorry. I swear I'm not the reason for those cracks on the cups, I swear.
I'm sure you're not. Never.
Never, ever, ever. In a minute. Maybe in 30.
I'm gonna check and see how bad town is after everything that happened.
Alright. Jocelyn.
Yeah.
If you wish to stay here at the coven, be one of our girls. We'll welcome you with open arms and have our own ceremony. We'll let you think on it. We'll give you a bed to stay in, a place to call home, a place to meet, and you tell us what you want. We welcomed you in and showed us our ways already. And if that is the case that you want to stay, we'll give you something more comfortable, something that we made ourselves, not in a sweatshop of individuals surrounded by sewing needles and weavers. Clothes to make you feel connected with your sisters here in the Thorn. Alright?
Can I think about it?
You can. We'll give you this opportunity to do so.
Thank you.
You girls keep her company. I'm gonna be doing a couple of small deliveries, maybe even some more water over to a couple of places that need it.
Take care. I think I might turn in for the night.
Then turn in. Take a breath.
This bed is okay, right?
Let me double check here before I lose my way.
Theo, how are you?
I'm in here.
I need to speak with you.
Yes, that bed is alright. You can go ahead and sleep in that one, alright?
Thank you.
Theo?
Yes.
Even better. Gwen.
Sorry about today.
There's 2 guardsmen outside asking for an extra bucket of water.
Tell them I was gonna go ahead and make my way over to the guild and the guardsmen with my own buckets as well. So just go ahead and let them know they're just gonna have to wait.
Apparently there's blood in the street, though, and they wish to clean it. Immediately.
If you 2 girls want to grab 2 buckets...
Sure.
By the way, when you get into the grotto, you're going to see some dried blood on rocks. Don't touch it. Leave it be. We're not going to cause any issues with our new folk that are in here. Okay?
In here? They're still in here?
I'm not sure, are they?
Left.
Good.
They won't be coming back.
Just don't clean it off. Don't pay any mind to it. Alright? Just fill up the buckets and go.
Alright.
I'll just step in here. You don't need to go all the way down.
What in the hell is going on? What happened down there while I was comforting these girls?
Guinevere invited them all the way downstairs and wanted to speak with them. Make her offer to the woman. And she did. They speak of their culture as if it has existed for longer than ours, and claims, I suppose, that it's unchanged. That they stand at the idea that men and women are completely equal in their culture. So she denied it. Because if her brothers were not welcome, she did not feel welcome. Guinevere just let them insult our culture in front of our eyes. And me personally, it did get under my skin a little bit. I lost my composure. A tad. But she wants to get closer to the woman, learn everything she knows. Obviously,
learn everything that she knows. Is our way not enough? I'm sorry to go on and push through with this, Bracken. And I understand she's your daughter, and you just said yourself that you even pushed through. But are you telling me that our way of life is not enough, that we have to learn more? We're doing enough as is.
I know.
Her mother would never, ever have let that woman inside.
I know. Meredith would have never done that.
My mother would never have let that woman inside unless there was a reason. But she feels manipulative. She is a seductress. Did you not? You said yourself that she touched her face. We knew Gwen was a little off. Sure. I mean, the other sides of both coins. I get it. I understand.
It isn't about that, Theo.
Then what is it then? Why is she letting her walk all over her?
She's convinced we need what she knows. Not just for these gaps that she wants answered, that I agree. Some certain things don't need to be filled by other people. We could have figured things out ourselves, but she believes they can help us with what's going on out there. with the plants or the herbs. But I told you we do need to take risks, and I don't agree with it one bit. But I have to stand by her side. She needs me.
You became the protector for her. I understand.
It's not just about her these days. But yes, you're right. I do have the bigger picture in front of me. All these girls are at risk any time a decision is made. I know that. I know that very well.
They're already questioning her.
I know. I'm sure they are. But I think she's stressed. She feels the need to prove herself, to make changes, to improve things. And you know, just as well as I do, there are, in fact, no coincidences around here. People coming out of nowhere claiming to know where these gaps in our knowledge lie. But we don't need to welcome them with open arms. We don't need to keep them close, skin close. We just need to know what they know and keep them out of the hands of Solomon and Dane. They'll find no use with them. It would only assail them, at best. Times are only going to get tougher from here. We have to make choices. Decisions. Different ones.
I just hope she actually listens to mine. I don't understand much about what this woman is actually doing for us. I don't see any good with what this woman is going to be bringing to us. I'll let it slide for a couple of days. Let Guinevere have this moment in her head that she thinks that she needs it, and when that woman slips, you and I are gonna push in. Do you understand me? Guinevere and this coven is my top priority. These girls are even more than that. This is a home that took me in, Bracken.
It took me in too. I understand.
Then we're at an agreement. I have things that I have to do now. You and I can talk more about this later.
She's going to want to speak to you soon enough.
And where is she?
Probably not tonight.
I see.
I'm going to go seek Solomon.
Solomon.
That's silly. Did you close the door?
No, I came over to try to open it myself.
Huh. It just closed on us. I guess there's some draft somewhere. We should check the windows.
I guess so.
Maybe that's what's going on. Everything in the kitchen should be good. Oh, jeez. You know what? I want to go back to the kitchen. Never mind. I want to go back. What?
I stood there for like 5 minutes.
Honey, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hello.
I had to.
Thank you, honey.
Let me not jump around with fire. In fact, you stayed
I was just standing there, waiting for you to come out of the kitchen.
So that spooks her.
No, it doesn't.
Not
No.
the melon.
I love the melon. The melon is my
Oh, that's our friend. Don't worry about him.
It's a good man. I gave him a mug. Or her, or it, or they. I haven't
I see.
decided. Since we find a name.
I was gonna be doing my rounds and maybe making something and sitting out in the dark for a little bit. was told you wanted to speak with
the
me.
doc?
I'm going to get
Yeah, let's go talk.
Mark my words.
Where do you want to
Mark
talk?
my words.
Will I get some water?
Anywhere, really?
Talk in the glade?
Sure. Yeah.
Let me get a bucket.
Alright.
I'm gonna have to tell poor Edward.
Tell him what?
That none of these girls are gonna eat his cooking if it's brought over by anybody from the guild. That's a waste of a lot of their own energy, and kind is one thing. Still. I have a chore for you.
I swear on everything good. Guinevere, I've known you for.
I have a chore for you.
Oh, you do?
You like doing dishes and making sure everything looks all nice and pretty white, right?
Absolutely, I do. It's wonderful. A clean mind.
If you can go ahead
Wait.
and check on all that food that we were given by the guild. Maybe move them on to a bigger plate for bigger portions. And then you can clean those pretty plates to give on back to the tavern, because those are theirs, not ours.
Can I put all the excess food into the bucket? Or should I just put it
Yes.
all on one plate? Yes. Perfect. I'm on it. Say less. I'm gonna get you back there, Guinevere. Mark my words. Guinevere.
I guess we
Starting
could
to
go
realize
the
how
long
late
way.
it's getting.
Yeah. Then how about this? We do our talking tomorrow then.
Start it with the talk.
I'm still gonna go ahead and get my water and bring it on over to the
Yeah, do your
gods.
thing, do your rounds.
You have a good night, Gwen.
You as well.
Thank you. I'm alright. If you can let Dane know that I'll be looking for him, though, that'd be nice.
Sure, yeah. What was the name?
Theodosia. You just tell him Theo's looking for him.
Got it. If I see him, I'll let him know. Have a good night.
Where are you going with that bucket? Are those the plates?
Mixed. It's the food.
You're gonna be cleaning the plates
It's all mixed
too.
up together.
I see. You let him know that it's because of the guild that it's in the bucket, not any other reason. Alright? We'd be happy to eat his food. Just not when it's delivered under circumstances.
Okay, I can convey this. I got this. This is easy. No worries. I got this. This is fine.
You be careful, don't you trip. It'll get all over, then you'll get all dirty, and then you're gonna spend all night cleaning your dresses again like you did last time.
Oh, not again. No, there's still a little bit on the floor, and I have to get rags here too.
Declan.
Is there something you need?
Is he in there? Or is he in there?
You're looking for Mr. Harcourt? He's currently preoccupied. Mr. Thorn is inside of the guild hall. You can push off to what you need to him.
Right here.
This is for them. You. Bucket of water.
You know what? Yes, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Got this.
You're gonna make a woman with no hands right now open the door herself and bring water in for you? You're not just gonna take it, or are you waiting for stuff?
Yes, Mr. Osmond. He's waiting inside for you.
Miss Daisy, do you mind helping me out here? Only if you're not too busy, of course. Are you too busy to hold on to a bucket for me?
I can hold a bucket.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So kind.
Miss Theodosia,
Yes.
when you're done inside, if you would be so kind as to wait, I need to speak with you.
Of course. Due to the circumstances, the women of the coven are offering you an extra bucket of water for the night.
How
With everything
generous.
going on. That is all from us.
It's clear who won that conflict.
Guardswoman.
Thank you.
Have you seen your captain?
I have it here,
Not
hon.
super recently.
Alright, thank you.
Is there a message you'd like me to pass along?
Tell him if he has the time. Because if it's not me you're going to worry about, it's Solomon.
You'd be blind, I think, if I'd ever cross him.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you got it.
Miss Theodosia.
Leopold. It's always good to have a conversation with you. One of the few men of the guild that, give me the side eye. How can I help you?
I understand that you and your girls make all manner of trinkets and tinctures.
Yes, that's right. We do.
I don't suppose that you might be willing to sell some of them. I'm sure the people in this town have use of them. Make no mistake, but I'm sure there are more people.
You think we can make this type of a deal? You give us a little bit of crowns, you see, some coin. Or if something that we need, it's easier to get through you. We give you things in return. Hospitality for hospitality, after all.
We'll see how things shake out, but first I need to see what it is you have to sell. Then I need to get a hold of people who want it.
Tomorrow, I will bring you a box of different things to tell you what I can sell you. Do we have a deal then? Leopold.
Deal.
Good. Sounds like a good deal for me and a good deal for you.
I do have to stress, and I do hope you understand, that if this shit goes south for either of us, it's the noose for both of us.
Leopold. I would rather take banishment than have to worry. Well then, it seems that we are in complete and utter agreement there, Leopold. I thank you kindly for your own services.
Do apologize to the girls for any concern over the water from this morning.
Well, I brought an extra bucket for y'all. Though, it seems that my generosity is definitely not enough.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I know you and I'm assuming, new leader of Mr. Harcourt would actually very much be a little bit kinder in this situation. Woman, you need to stop humming to yourself. People are gonna find out how you really feel. It seems no one's home. Oh, they're all on the walls. Guess they don't need an extra bucket of water. I figured. How you doing, Paladino?
I know why you need them. You need not tell me that.
Well then, I guess it's time to get my tea, my cups.
I got this. Thank you. Bye. Goodbye. Good.
Hello, Miss Theo.
Hello, Miss Daisy. Has your brother already gone through most of his rounds?
I think so. He's been drinking a lot today.
He told me that he'd be doing a little bit of a night round, but I guess I misunderstood.
He might be doing another round. I'm not really sure. I know with all the commotion, he and myself too is concerned with increased activity from the south.
Do you mind walking with me on the walls just to see if maybe I just missed him? And then if anything, I can have you maybe deliver this for me? He'd open the door for you more than anybody else. I'm sure.
Sounds good. Let's go this way.
I trust my safety in your hands, Miss Daisy.
Okay. No, I don't have a weapon today, but I know how to still punch people. Although there's thunder, or I heard thunder earlier, and I don't know if there's any more. I can't do anything against thunder.
That's alright.
It's very dark today.
Yes, but even through all of this, the moon tries so hard to shine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
natives 100% have their own gods. Ones of birth, ones of blight, ones of war.
I can see him on this wall.
Well, if we don't see him, Daisy, remember, you can go ahead and just hand it in for me.
Yeah. We're gonna try the north wall. He might be there.
I thank you so much for walking around with me. It's very, very kind of you.
And more people against keeping an eye out on thunder is good.
That's true. You never know when a storm starts rolling in. And what can go next?
My dear, you don't think that the people we send out there, they actually come back?
Well, actually, let's check the. Have you checked the tavern? Maybe
I have not.
You should check the tavern. He likes to patrol in here.
About to be stepping out for the night, so if any of you want anything to eat or drink, let us know now.
Especially when ideals align.
Bloody goodness.
Nope. The captain's not patrolling in here.
That's all right.
Alright. Want anything to eat?
No.
I don't see him out on the north wall.
Then I suppose that he's just busy now. And that is... Well, that's all right.
I can take
So
him the
here.
tea, though.
Just make sure he knows to bring it back.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss
I
Daisy.
will. Have a good evening.
And let him
Stay
know
safe from the thunder.
the bucket of water that I left outside his door is for him, too.
Okay.
Didn't know if he was busy or not.
But that is what it is, at least for the new galleons think.
If that's what it was, surely there's a means to reverse it.
You seem more restless than usual.
Or wouldn't you be after having to calm down one of your newest girls after they just witnessed what they witnessed today? They didn't even know nothing
Yes,
about the
I've
blight. They ain't talking shit about it over there in New Galleon, I'll tell you that much.
I pretend it doesn't exist half the time.
Yes, they do.
You mind if I sit?
Go on ahead. I'm not stopping you.
Well, if you didn't want me to, that would stop me. You know,
I try to often make peace with you and your girls. And I always feel like there's some sort of...
animosity.
Well, the animosity I understand. But I have done my utmost to make sure my men don't bother your women. I try to instill in them understanding that these three groups need to work together to survive, regardless of what they like or don't like.
Well, I'm sure you understand what happens when several women have been daunted by those men in power. I have some of my girls so terrified of men that they can't even look them in the eye.
I understand that.
The only one they ever feel comfortable with is Bracken.
Bracken's a good man. Well, I cannot deny the facts of the world. I can say that I've done nothing to those girls.
No, you have not. And my tone in which certain things have not been good. Let's just say that I've been having to try to put my foot down. Guinevere's still young. Some of the women in the coven still tend to go to me. It's still only been 4 years since then, since she became leader.
Does that bother you?
What bothers me is the fact that I didn't get to even say goodbye to my own sister. They ripped her apart.
Well, there are no words I can say to make up for past events. Only that my management will be different than that of my father.
I can already tell by what had happened earlier. I'm sure that was your doing.
My father feels it's a waste of time, or felt, I suppose. I warned him he would make enemies. He could smile and wave at the people here and act like he was impartial, but the people who told him what to do were getting tired of him failing.
Guinevere?
Mind another year?
Not at all. Do you?
Not at all. Didn't get to do
sit
my...
down and spend time with my aunt adult. Oh. Why, thank you.
And it's almost as if the world had decided that you and I needed to split ways all day today. You talking to just about everyone and anybody.
Seems we were both getting mutual disrespect, too.
Mm-hmm.
But what's new?
Well.
Oh, to be a man. At least for one day.
You don't understand.
Of course, every time I go to the guild, there's always somebody there, but when you want to go and do a delivery over to the guardsmen, there's no one ever in that building.
It's because they sit in that high tower of theirs, but they don't want to sit up in the high tower.
That's true.
It's boring when you're on top.
It's hard when you have a leader who's soft. Though then again, what he did today was not very soft. He upped them bone count this time. I don't blame him, though.
20 is miserable.
Usually it's 10.
Impossible, even.
But then again, I guess that's what happens when you go ahead and see your little sister come back covered in bruises. not even able to walk through. He'd do anything for family.
I'll be alright. Coven girls are shaken up.
That poor new girl doesn't know what to do with herself. I told her, take until tomorrow. We'll do a ceremony and everything for her if she wishes. But if she's too scared, find her the next wagon back to New Galleon.
You know they ain't gonna take her.
No.
She's got two choices.
They have strict instructions not to take anyone back from the fort.
She'll acclimate. It's just gonna take some time.
She's just
But
shaking.
she's gotta be there for her. Hell of a first day.
I guess it's what happens.
Patricide. What else could you ask for?
She's not gonna like what we have to do tomorrow, though. I think I'll have to be part of her group, make sure she's not too scared.
Unfortunately, because of prior leadership's decisions, there are no resources to the north. No herbs, nothing.
Oh, we know, that's why we go in the south.
Unfortunately, that's going to have to be a constant now. What I'm
Enough
trying to
said.
do is make a bit of a deal with Dane. Perhaps allow the mercs until they get some coin in their pocket to borrow some breastplates. So your security can be a little more useful.
I'd be lying to you if I said the girls were ready for that. Theo and I are, but...
That's because of how long we've been here.
Vin will be alright. Been 7 years.
Though then again, I don't know about Dahlia. I remember when you got here.
You would.
I almost remember every single face that has walked through both sides of these gates.
I'm the only one left out of that group, that wave. The rest of them wound up getting devoured, either killed.
This place stopped feeling like home when Mom died. Now it just feels like... prison.
I still make a place at the table for her every time. Like she's gonna just miraculously come back as if she's just been hiding out there this whole time.
The worst part is, we don't even have a body for it. Can't even mourn her gravesite. She was just gone. Of course, no one wanted to go look for her, because who would give a fuck?
This is why we go in groups now. 2s to 3s. Never everybody. Never again after that.
It's a real challenge walking around here. Some people saying that I have so much sway. And then other times, the lackey guards telling me I can't go up on the walls.
Or somebody calling me a lackey. Are you kidding me? I still can't get over
Don't even
it.
get me started on that.
Ugh. Get a hold of your front deskman, Solomon. Not Declan. No, Mr. Tench.
Tench is his own beast. I've tried to smack some sense into him, but
You mind if I smack him?
I've got no
Digest.
guarantee of how he'd react, unfortunately.
He'd probably shoot me.
No, I don't think he'd shoot you.
No, he wants to, though. He never has anything nice to say to me.
I don't really know why that is. I'm not privy.
Well, my mama used to say when I was younger, it's when the boys picked on you means they liked you. But as I get older, I'm wondering if it's probably because they hate me. I was pleasantly surprised by that mercenary, Oliver Reed. Very, very good conversations.
Very respectable.
Shocking, really.
That I'm also surprised about. Especially from a mercenary. A lot of them older ones that come in think that they have all this valor to throw around. All of that goes out the window once you come here, and they need to realize that long enough.
I'll definitely be talking to him more.
Reed can go fuck himself.
What the hell did he do to you?
He steals my fucking cigars.
So he has a smoking problem.
I have to race the man to the fucking crate when it comes in, otherwise I'll grab them all up and fucking stuff them in his jacket. He came over to me at fucking dinner, pulled it right out of my mouth and started smoking himself. So you motherfucker, have you no respect?
Well, maybe if you become friends with him, y'all can share.
I know where he's got his stash. I'm gonna hit it tomorrow.
I didn't hear it.
Fucking smoke all six right in front of his face.
I hadn't heard a thing. I have no idea what you're talking about, Oliver.
You know, after such an eventful day, I think a small laugh was definitely needed.
But what tomorrow will bring?
Not much to laugh for around here.
No, there's not. You just gotta live your day by day. Maybe one day you'll see the sun for the first time.
Though. You know, I have dreams about it. Scared of it, really. I'd rather it just stay gone. The way they describe it, why would I want something like that around? Big fiery ball of death in the sky that burns my skin the longer I stand in its rays. I mean, look at me.
Solomon, one of the things I remember when she was younger, we got her paints through one of the merchants one time. I asked her, what do you think the sun is? Do you want to know what color she painted the sun?
She loves this story.
Green.
What?
And I go, why you paint the sun green? She said, because the clouds in the sky look like they're green, so it must be that.
Obviously, I mean, makes sense, does it not?
I mean, I guess if you've never seen it outside of that,
Still one of the small things. Last time I saw the sun, I think I was 5 years old. Before it fully overtook the sky.
well, something that I want to start doing. Now that I make the calls that my father doesn't. To ensure that there's proper sales of our particular tinctures, I'd like to send a proper representative with the wagons. You get what I mean? It wouldn't hurt to let some of the folks who have been here the longest to be on that 2-3 day ride outside in the actual sun.
Let us see it for the first time for God knows how long for some of our girls.
And what if they don't want to come back?
I have to. I must.
Wow.
It's risky. Showing people what they could have.
It's not what they could have, it's what we're fighting for. We can break these clouds. I know that we can. I know it.
How do you break something you can't reach?
We can't
grab.
reach it.
You think so?
It's going to take blood, sweat, tears, baggage trains. But we can do it.
I think we can. Well.
Both of you will have to have enough faith for the three of us.
Well, I have a lot of things that I must be doing with some of our supply that we can have and use. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll be talking to you tomorrow about something.
I'll be
I'll
along
make
shortly.
sure I'm available.
If you don't see me downstairs, you and I can have our talk in the morning, all right?
I'll come see you before I go to bed, but don't wait up.
Good night, Solomon.
Good night. Take care.
You might want to watch where you step now, Declan. You're gonna have eyes boring into the back of your skull going up on the wall. Just saying. Well then. What a day it's been. Surely there's Oh, no. Don't even think like that. Don't even think like that, Theo. He's... The only history they have is that he betrayed them, you know, and that's all that really needs to be said. There's nothing wrong. He's not upset with you. I'm sure something just came up, and that's why. That has to be it. Something came up. And that's why he couldn't go to his normal time for tea, but you left over some tea with Daisy, and you gave him some extra water. Surely you noticed you then. Surely. Surely soon. Positive almost. That one day he'll because I'm old, isn't it? She's a beautiful young thing. Here I am. Spinster. Living here since I was wee age of 12. Never really. My heart broken once in the past. To a man I never saw again. And I ache. I ache to see the people who I care for. One of them wasn't here. And the other just is too damn busy. Why, Meredith did all the people, why did you tell? Why did you tell? You'd still be here. You promised me. You promised me. Everything going on. Stupid pen. I'm dying, Chad, I'm dying. Now we wait to see if Choner walks down the stairs or not. I will, Snowy, thank you. I think it's time for me. To send my people off. Thank you, I will go ahead. Yeah, I know. Thank you for letting me know, Jebby. Choner, folk Choner, where art thou, folk Choner? No pen for me. I know where I'm gonna send you guys. You guys are gonna head on over to Mr. Brunswick. I'm gonna end my session here. You're all amazing and wonderful, and thank you so much for enjoying episode 1 of Return to Blackwell. We'll see more Blackwell next week. Not next week. Next week's the 4th of July. The 11th. You guys will see us on the 11th for episode 2. So stay tuned. You're all amazing and wonderful. And I'm gonna play my starting soon again while we wait for that to go through.
Got a secret, can you keep it? Swear this one you save. Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. If I show you, then I know you won't tell what I said. 'Cause two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Why do you smile like you've been told a secret? Now you're telling lies, 'cause you have sworn to keep it. But no one keeps a secret, no one keeps a secret. Why, when we do our darkest deeds, do we tell? They burn and our brains become a living hell.